Just rush there. One, two.
Balu, can you say something? I am saying something. Do you still want me to continue talking? I can just read you the book that I'm reading.
1, 2. Honourable members and colleagues, it is 10 o'clock, but we moved the meeting to 10 because of a situation that occurred where, as you are aware, our committee secretary position is vacant, and our stand-in secretary's permanent committee is actually the joint committee on the financial management of Parliament. And that committee convened earlier this week and had to elect a chairperson, but then they didn't have quorum and they had to meet this morning. And I was now padding to wait for Cindy to join us because we can't continue without Cindy. But her meeting just finished, so we are on time. And I hope she's all right. But thank you very much for the indulgence for us to have moved the time to accommodate this situation. But let me welcome you formally, members, the AGSA's office, and also parliamentary staff. Thank you very much. This meeting's purpose is to deal with the annual report, and it is an important part of our work and also an important process to go through. And we have then presentations by the Audit Committee, followed by the presentation by the AGSA. Having said that, let's go to apologies firstly. Cindy, are you all right to give us the apologies? Thank you.
Good morning, members. Good morning, Chairperson. We received apologies from Mr. Ms. Chloniana, Ms. Spies, and Mr. Montana, who has been discharged, but we will still be notified of his replacement.
Thank you very much for that. I do see a new member from MK, am I right? Could you perhaps just introduce yourself?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My name is Sanele Mwali. I will be replacing Montana. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate. We do have a quorum. We do quorate, and we can then proceed to the adoption of the agenda. Could I have what I do, and you will see that we did adjust the agenda slightly to move the consideration of the minutes of previous meetings to the end of the meeting, so that we can have sufficient time for the engagements on the briefings. So with that, you have been provided with that updated agenda. Can I have a mover for the agenda? Thank you, Honourable Subrati. A seconder. Thank you, Honourable Igahaba. Then the agenda is adopted, and we then move to the briefing by the Audit Committee. I will ask, it has been practice, and if we can stick to that practice, I think it will be good. The practice is that with the engagement with the Audit Committee, that the AGSA is excused. So we will excuse the AGSA and have the engagement and discussion on the presentation by the Audit Committee, and we will then invite the AGSA back. Thank you very much. And I then hand over to the Audit Committee. You're welcome.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. It is our privilege really to present to you this morning. I've got my colleague here, Carol, and the other two members, unfortunately, were not able to join us, but we do have their input. They have sent their greetings, and they've also sent their apologies. So if you can please go to the first slide. Really, the first slide outlines the agenda of this morning. I know it may sound quite lengthy, but I promise you, Chair, it's very brief and succinct to assist the committee.
If I may interrupt you, I apologize, but I do want to ask you, the presentation was circulated beforehand, so members did receive it. So you don't have to go through the presentation word by word. Just briefly highlight what is the most important
Okay.
parts, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. We'll do exactly that. So maybe if I can then just move straight to slide number 3. By way of introduction, so we're presenting in terms of the Public Audit Act, as well as the terms of reference, and also in terms of the King 4. And King 4 requires that as the Auditor-General must have, in terms of its assurance services, ensure that there's a process to make sure the internal controls are effective to allow for decision making as well as for external reporting. If you can go to the next slide. We are an oversight structure, yes, appointed by the Public Audit Act, and all the members are independent as required. We have 4 members, which is at least 3 members as required by the Act. I think, Chair, on this slide, I think it's just very important that we, just in terms of the membership, so the committee is chaired by myself. I know we did not indicate our qualifications and experience there, but some of it is included in the integrated report. A chartered accountant of over 27 years of experience, supported by Carol, who's got a lot of experience in supply chain management, in corporate governance, in IT. Supported by Cedric Mampuru, also a CA of over 27 years of experience. And we actually very excited to have been joined this year, late this year, by Mr. Selom Mago, who's very, very experienced executive in as far as IT matters are concerned. And it will become very clear to you as to why we are excited and really very privileged to have him on board. You can go to the next slide. So we govern by the terms of reference, as I've already indicated, and we do have a work plan. So you can go to the next slide. So the first area really is the financial statements. So we've reviewed the financial statements to make sure that they are useful, they are relevant, looking at all significant and any unusual transactions, assessing the accounting policies to make sure that they meet the requirements of IFRS. And we did not find anything significant when we reviewed the financial statements, including the assumptions, including the disclosures, etc. We have also considered solvency, so we look at the short term, also the long term, and there was nothing that was of concern to us. We then also considered, which is also very important in terms of our governance, the audit plan by the external auditors. So we assessed it. We considered the audit approach, the audit process, the audit risks, the extent and timing of the audit procedures, and we were happy to approve the external plan, and we are comfortable that it was going to cover all the key audit risks that they had presented to us, including the audit procedures that they were going to present. Then after the audit was considered, after they'd done their audit, they presented management reports, and there was nothing significant that was identified. They also presented to us a summary of unadjusted audit differences. Again, there was nothing significant that came to our attention. With regard to the external auditors, very important that they remain independent. So continuously, we reviewed and monitored non-audit services, which are really insignificant, but to make sure that they are not at the level that compromises their independence. We also require, and it also is a requirement for this company, which is CRO, that at the beginning of the external audit, when they present the audit plan to us, and at the end, once they've completed the audit, is they must declare their independence to us, and nothing came out that indicated that there was any conflict of interest. So the audit process was effective. They've issued an external audit opinion, which we are very pleased about. And I think also what makes us pleased about is the fact that the process that went through is a very robust audit process that included the engagement of management, that included the audit committee, and any other external experts if it was necessary. With regard to the integrated report, again, another very important area. So so our role here is to make sure that all the information that is presented is accurate and it fairly reflects the situation as is reported in the integrated report. Information around economic, social, and environmental information, environmental performance by the AGSA. This information is further audited by the external auditors, and again they issued an opinion, and there was nothing significant that came up that requires anything of that required the audit committee to note. We also engage with the external auditors outside of management to find out how the audit went, whether there were any scope limitations, and there was nothing that was identified. With regard to internal audit, they presented an external, they presented a plan, and we approved that plan. And over a period of time, they've been presenting report to us, and there was nothing significant that was identified. They also presented a report, which is the annual assessment of the effectiveness of the internal control. There was nothing that was, well, their report, they said it was effective, so they gave us an effectiveness report overall. If you can go to the next slide. The only area that requires, we're on the right slide, eh? Yeah, the only area that requires attention, and it's an area that we've been paying attention on over a period of time, is the area of IT, in the IT security. So in the last 3 sittings, we've actually been reporting this area to the committee. And the reason why we indicated to the committee is because there were control gaps that were identified by the internal auditors. And the reason why these controls were identified was not because of the deterioration of internal control environment within the AGSA. It was the controls were identified as a result of the work that was done by internal auditors, as a result of mainly cybersecurity risk. So the cybersecurity risk has necessitated more scope, so the wider scope and depth in terms of the work that they need to do. What has happened subsequently? Management has gone back and made sure that they close out on those IT control deficiencies, but in addition to that, continued to make sure that internal auditors, because remember, internal auditors is part of the AGSA, it's part of supporting the internal controls to make sure that they're effective. So internal controls was engaged even this year to assist with that process. But in addition to that, the Auditor-General realized that it's like you're fixing one thing and tomorrow another is not working. You're fixing one today and the other, and it's not working. So there is a need for a digitize the organization. Apologies. To digitize, yes, sorry, the organization, and so this is a process that started quite a few years ago, and the organization has been really making sure that it becomes as relevant and as useful, and also prioritizing the areas that requires urgent attention going forward, noting that there is financial constraints. And that is one key area that the AGSA team will be focusing on going forward. Having said that, we are comforted as the audit committee that the controls that are in place and the work that the internal auditors continue to do, and the management comments that we've been given by management, we are comforted that the information that has been presented to us has not been, it still fairly reflects. And the audit committee will continue to monitor this area of IT going forward. And Chair, that's why we felt as the audit committee, it was very important, because what happened is that the AG decided, well, we as the audit committee had been looking into this area of IT, but it was not necessarily in our terms of reference. And it was then felt that the audit committee has been doing this work anyway, so it must be included in our terms of reference. So hence, then we then appointed, or the AG appointed a new member who's got the IT expertise, and hence we are excited to have him on board. So going forward, we believe that this area will be under control. Okay, I think we can move to, we're done. Yeah, risk management. I think risk management, really there isn't anything here to mention. Chair, I think safe to say that all the key risks, that there are strategic risks, there's mitigation plans in place, and really there was nothing that came to attention of the audit committee that is worth or that requires reporting to the committee at this point. We also assessed the CFO, his competencies, including his team and capacity, and there was nothing that came to attention that merits a concern. Other important matters, really here, it goes back to the point that I made around IT, and because this matter was previously or currently not included in our terms of reference, but it's an area that we have been focusing on. And again, just really to re-emphasize, digitization strategy or digitization of the AGSA going forward is going to be very, very important. I think just really to conclude, based on the work that we have done over the last year, we believe that we have discharged our responsibilities. We believe that the financial risks are well mitigated, and that the proper controls are in place, and that the assurance services have allowed us to come to a conclusion that says the controls that are in place have allowed us, allowed the AGSA to be able to have information that assists them for decision making internally, and also to report, which is the report that is presented in the financial statements, as well as the integrated report. And I think also the other point to mention is the IT issues. Yes, they are a concern, but we believe that they do not compromise. They do not change the substance of the information as presented. And again, it's an area that will be focused on, and it's an area that we have been paying a close attention to. But it's just that going forward, more and more, we will do that. I think in terms of the recommendations, Chair, this is something that we do on an annual basis. We've got CRO, who have been our auditors over the last 7 years. SCOEC has the responsibility and the mandate to approve. We have done the necessary work on our side to make sure that the independence is met, competency, everything that is required, and we are still satisfied with CRO that they should continue with the auditors. We have also looked at their BEE status. They've actually improved from when we started the process with them 7 years ago. They moved from level 7 to level 2, And so we are recommending that they be appointed. The audit partner who has been on this audit for a few years now, or 7 years, it is required for independence requirements that he rotates off of the audit, so he will be rotating off. We are recommending Mr. Gary Katsunis, who's got over 20 years of experience. He's currently auditing a number of large listed and unlisted companies, and he's also being involved in the AG audit in the past on the sustainability part. We believe that he's got the expertise and the skills and competencies to be able to do the audit. I think really just to thank the committee, really to thank the committee for this opportunity to present, and also to thank the AGSA staff and the AG and the DAG as well for the support, and the AGSA team. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Muttal, for the presentation. It is welcomed. Honourable members, I'm going to give you an opportunity to engage with the presentation. Any questions for clarity? Honourable Subrati, Honourable Beasley. You noted. You can go ahead, Honourable Subrati.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me welcome also the presentation by the Audit Committee. I have a few queries, Chairperson. Chairperson, I want to start off with the very last query. That was the continuation of the existing firm of auditors. Chairperson, I would like to humbly submit that after 7 years, familiarity of the firm has grown. And I do believe that there may be a risk of independence, albeit the member may change after 7 years. It's a long time to be familiar. My query is, are we sure that the independence is not compromised after 7 years? Should there not be a change in firms? And have you explored other options? Because 7 years is a long time, and you has mentioned that Mr. Gary has been involved in this audit before. So I'm really concerned about familiarity and independence being compromised. I don't know whether this is within the scope of the Audit Committee, but they've mentioned that in their risk assessment, the only risk has been identified as cybersecurity. But part of the legacy report we've received, and I think in the last meeting, this portfolio committee had engaged with Treasury with regards to the increasing debt that AG has complained about, and I noticed that that risk has not been identified. And I'd like to bring to the attention of the committee that 37% of the book debt is in 120 days, and I'm quite concerned that it hasn't been identified as a risk. Does that mean that this portfolio committee then does not consider the concerns that passed on to us, that uncollected debt is a concern, because the audit committee report has not identified that? So I'm concerned why it was not identified. Chairperson, I also note that I wish to query. I also note that it's a commendable performance in terms of the financial statement of the AG, in that they've recorded a phenomenal surplus and a phenomenal increase in their bank resources, cash resources. So I think the concern of limited cash resources, it's not something that I really see coming through. I wish to make that very clear. I don't think we have a problem in terms of resources. So my question to two things. One is the AG overcharging fees? Because I'm trying to understand, why is there such a huge surplus? Is the AG overcharging fees? And the fact that that is translating into cash in bank, it means there's good collections. So the second question is, with this type of surplus, and I'm really concerned, Chairperson, why cybersecurity has not been arrested as a problem? I've heard that it's been going on for 3 years. The Chairperson has mentioned, she's reported that this committee is going on. Chairperson, when are we going to arrest this? Are we going to arrest this when all our information is sabotaged? Because we live in a digital age. We cannot and shall not, as a portfolio committee, condone that this potential risk is not arrested. Therefore, Chairperson, I proposed, as the Standing Committee on AG, that this issue of cybersecurity needs to be managed very, very tightly with a regular report until it is arrested. because we have a duty and a responsibility to ensure that the information that the AG has access to is protected and it is not compromised. And we have the financial resources, we have the budget, and it's going on for 3 years. So I'm truly, truly concerned about that. Chairperson, also wish to ask the committee if they also review the unmet non-financial targets, because they did mention that they do review the integrated annual report and they provided an opinion on that. So do they have a mandate to also drill down on the issues concerning the non-financial indicators? Because we will discuss that with the AG, because what I'm concerned about is two indicators that are standing out to me, and one is the issues concerning ethics in the non-financial indicators, and the other concern I have is the issue concerning competency of staff, which I think shows sits at 50%. So my concern is, with the AGSA being an institution that has to be of the highest level of ethics and integrity and highest level of competence, I am concerned as a portfolio committee member why in their performance they haven't done as I would expected them. So does this committee review that and drill down on it? Chairperson, I think I will stop there. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Beasley.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I'm covered just to highlight the first 2 points raised in terms of the external audit. Obviously, there's a rotation basis, if you can just expand on that. And then obviously the debt, I'm very surprised that didn't get an expression in this report, because it's a key risk facing the organisation. But I think the Honourable Member put it far better than I did, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further engagement covered? Let me hand over. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My colleague here, Carol, will assist me. So perhaps if I can address the issue of the external auditors, and indeed independence. It's very, very important, and as the audit committee, it is of essence that we, for the integrity of the financial statements, that we must have an auditor that is independent at all times. And so, in our view, based on the work that we have done, and based on the work that we have seen, including the engagements, it is our view that CRO is still the correct firm, and we've also checked with practice with other firms. Generally, 7 years, even with the regulator, after 7 years, an individual is required to rotate off. So 7 years is required. Is normally considered as a beyond 7 years, then your independence is compromised. And normally to be as an audit partner, it actually takes about 3 years to really get into the understanding of the organization, the risk, how to make sure that the risks are addressed, etc. So it normally takes that long, and in the last 3 years, you really begin to only get the value from the audit partner. So from that in terms of rotation, we are comfortable that as a firm, but as a person, we are comfortable, and it is a requirement that the other partner is rotating off, and that we get the new partner. So in as far as that rotation, we are comfortable. We did have a conversation as the audit committee to say, we've had this audit firm for 7 years. Is it not appropriate at this point in time for us to go back into the market and see what is out there in the market? And we then went back, considering the fact that when we appointed this firm, I think it was in 2017, and I think it's important for the committee to be aware of this, is that because of the Office of the Auditor-General, there's only a few companies that can do the external audit. All the big firms are conflicted because they are doing the work on behalf of the Auditor-General. And as a result, we then left with a few medium tier firms such as Crow. But even those, they do advisory work for the Auditor General. So even when we're trying to get new auditors in that time, the pool was very, very, very limited. So we considered that, the fact that we have spent already 7 years on this journey, empowering a local firm, which is a small firm, and we were comfortable that they have sufficient expertise and they've spent sufficient amount of time on the Auditor General's work, and that it was, we were happy, Chair, to still retain them as the auditors. Thank you, Chair. Maybe if I can hand over, or maybe then the other question regarding why have we not identified accounts, why have we not identified the recoverability of receivables as a risk? We did. So we did this as part of the financial statements. So as part of the financial statements, we are required to assess whether the debt would be recoverable, and when, and what are the considerations. And we also look at what has been the pattern in the past and what do we see as the future going forward, which is what we call as ECL. And we were comfortable that the amount as presented in the financial statements, it's fairly presented. In addition to that, the auditors identified that as one of the significant audit risk areas, and then they audited the assumptions, and they've also come up with their own findings, which were insignificant, really. So, in conclusion, we as the auditors, we as the external, so management presented the assumptions, which we reviewed as the auditors, the external auditors reviewed, and then we came out with the same, we came to the same conclusion. It was a risk that we have noted, but it's a risk that has been addressed. So we did identify that. So the reason why cyber security risk is being highlighted here is because it has come out as a key risk in internal audit. Thank you, Chair. Maybe if I can hand over to Carol to address the IT issues.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, honourable members. Mine is to give an oversight perspective on the matters that have been raised around cybersecurity, non-financial indicators, and risk and ethics. Thank you, Chairperson. I'll just elaborate. So we perform our oversight quarterly, and one of the key things that has come up is the IT security review. Honourable members, IT security is on the rise. It's on the rise globally and within South Africa. Hackers are busy and there's always new tricks coming up, so we have to stay ahead of our game, and it's an area that we're monitoring. IBM, one of the biggest tech companies, released a study last year to explain that for any one incident, just to give you the magnitude of the problem, for every incident or breach, it costs about 53 million rand to recover from an incident. So it's a very expensive exercise, and we aim to constantly be proactive and prevent these things from happening. In South Africa, the government is becoming even more involved and is regulating. We have an information regulator and all those mechanisms in place to assist. Now back to the AG. It is an area that we are highly focused on. There's a lot of commitment and a huge drive to correct some of the matters that are coming up and the control processes around cybersecurity. And honourable members, our efforts are twofold. The first is to have mitigating controls in place, which are interim, and the second is through our digital strategy, which is more longer term, and I'll take you through the components to address these matters more sustainably for the organisation. The committee, over the year under review, we've had a couple of initiatives underway. The committee, as well as the organisation, has been trained by industry experts on cybersecurity to raise our awareness. The organization is also rolling out ISO standards, which are information standards for information security management, and we are on the back end of achieving that. The ISO standards drive is going to help us to assess and identify information security risks more timelessly, implement risk management processes, and to promote a culture of continuous improvement. As the chair has already mentioned, we've also augmented the skills of the committee. We now have an IT professional who has joined us, and I'm sure he'll be available in the next round. Just to give the committee members a deeper understanding of our oversight, the key themes that are coming out on cybersecurity is around excessive use of weak passwords, user passwords being acquired via social engineering, ineffective patch management, ineffective and inadequate vulnerability management, as well as domain accounts not being disabled when people leave the business. There are controls that are being put in place for all these things, like getting multi-factor authentication, making sure that we follow the people in the organization follow identity and access management procedures, and enforcing the use of strong passwords. There's a drive for user education, making people more aware of cybersecurity and best practices. The teams are starting to deploy patches on a monthly basis to update our servers with latest security features, and there's a more focused drive to ensure that our apps are secure. And systems are in place, Chairperson, to address all these matters. We monitor these things on a quarterly basis. As I mentioned, these are interim controls, and our internal audit function reviews or does follow-up reviews to keep us abreast on whether these mitigating controls are being effective as we go on in the process. Chairperson, on a longer term, we need to close these matters for the AG. Our digital strategy is underway. There's rapid technological advancements, there's machine learning, there's AI, there's robotics and so forth. So through our digital strategy, we're trying to take advantage of these things and the opportunities that present to us to modernize our aged infrastructure and to close some of the security gaps. We have a big program, a digital strategy that is underway, and it has 6 components. We are addressing the audit software program, so we're automating and having a unified platform for audit processes and portfolio management. We are looking at modernizing our infrastructure. We are looking at an ERP solution that will help the business on a day-to-day basis manage human resources, supply chain management, and automate all those processes. We're looking at intelligent automation of our business processes, and we're looking at utilizing and protecting our data so that we are using our data for decision making and getting good insights out of the data. Over the past 2 years, the organization spent some time putting foundational capabilities in place, and over the next 2 years, we are scaling and going full automation, and that, Chairperson, should close out, honorable members, all the issues that are addressing around IT and security. Second component that I'd like to address is the question around risk and ethics. Honorable members, AGSA is a supreme audit institution, and the credibility of AGSA is very much, it matters to us, and it's on the radar for the committee. This is the reason why we have, together with management, developed and implemented a strategic ethics program, which is a blueprint to create integrated ethics posture for the organization and to make sure that we have a sustainable posture on ethics. The strategy is informed by a very proactive approach driven by leadership, our values, and our principles for the organization. To supplement the strategy, we have got ethics policy in place, and we've got a complaints management policy to safeguard the organization and put standard operating procedures in the event of us facing these matters, and we review those policies on an annual basis. Now, going back specifically to the question around ethics, the organization did an ethics maturity assessment. The committee has been appraised of the outcomes of that assessment. We moved from an AA rating to an A rating, but if you look at the presentation, we are still in the top quadrant, but moving from AA to A is indeed shift down, and it's something that we take seriously. Some of the matters that the Audit Committee observed, which impacted the shift, was issues around work-life balance, reward and recognition, time-use communication, and consistent application of policies and accountability and consequent management. Some of the good things that came out of the report is that we still hold a very good reputation, and the organization is very much committed to what we're doing. Ethics training and awareness, stakeholder relationships, as well as competitiveness. A plan is being put in place, and the committee has been appraised of the plans to address the gaps around the ethics maturity assessment. Honourable members, also just to add that in the 2023-2024 cycle, there were no ethical breaches that came to the committee's attention. Our risk and ethics team scanned the environment on a regular basis. We also got a very good declaration system, and our rate of declaration is 98% over the period. Thank you very much. Then I'd like to address the sustainability and non-performance indicators. We do monitor those indicators on a quarterly basis. At the end of the period, we have a sustainability audit, which is conducted by Crowe themselves, who are external auditors. And they look at how we've performed in terms of, so they give the audit committee assurance in terms of how we've performed on our economic indicators, so preferential procurement, CSI, our social indicators, our bursaries and scholarships. If we say we've given 2,000 bursaries, let it be 2,000 bursaries. They look at our cultural aspects, how we're performing on diversity and staff turnover. They look at assurance on our disclosures around stakeholder management, disclosures on employees, disclosure on auditees, contract workers, media, professional associations, and so forth. So we do get assurance around those matters from the auditors, and they also make sure that all the key sustainability indicators, which are non-financial, are prepared according to GRI principles, which is a guideline for organizations. Over the period, the audit committee has not received any significant matters that have been raised with respect to non-financial indicators. Thank you, committee members.
Thank you very much for that response. Any follow-up questions, Honourable Mente?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much to the AGSA team. Good morning to everyone. No, then under section 40 of the PAA, you are then required to also brief us of any other concern that you have as an audit team and all of that. I am not comfortable with your satisfaction with governance in the AGSA, in particular the issue of capacity, where you're saying the organization has the appropriate resource to perform its duties. Yet, you also make a statement that the reason why you're recommending that Crowe must continue and all of that is because most of the other audit firms also do business with AGSA in terms of performing audits where they can't, meaning which that's an indication that AGSA does not have full capacity to cover all the required audits it has to do. Therefore, it has to outsource. And that's an area that we need to really cover and make sure that just AGSA is in the space, not private companies. For reasons that we all know, corruption has escalated to the worst high levels. There's intimidation in the space. There's a whole lot of other aspects of this, and especially in strengthening governance in South Africa. But more than anything, AGSA now has extended the scope. They are now doing live audits, real time. They are now also doing comparison for value for money, not only pushing the papers and receiving information, but doing comparison on the ground as to the actual project is there. and it is befitting of the cost they are auditing. That on its own requires Auditor-General to acquire and absorb a lot of auditors that are in the field. And I know that they have a program where they are training auditors, bursaries and all those things, meaning which they are giving hope to those young upcoming auditors to be absorbed in the system. But for as long as we have these private companies, we are not, as government, taking charge of the space in eliminating all these elements of corruption, these elements of money that just flows out of the system unaccounted for, and then Auditor-General can't pick up those things and block them immediately, because the idea now is no longer audit things after it is done. The idea is to follow the money immediately and stop it if we see that there are cracks. There is another channel which is not serving the purpose of service delivery. So I'm trying to say, I'm not hearing you on what is your view in that, and what is your advice to Auditor-General in order to curb the corruption and also take over the space. The second thing is on the receivables. On the receivables, there is this system of municipalities in particular that they must then pay the Auditor-General. They are not paying. They are actually forming part of the biggest debt that is owed to the AG. But what is your advice in terms of the appropriation of that fund? Should the fund still be appropriated to municipalities and they're expected to pay Auditor-General? But you are the ones that see that Auditor-General is never going to be paid because of how financials are treated in municipalities. There's a whole lot of other issues that are affecting municipalities, which make them at some point not to be able to pay because they are at the cold face of service delivery. They are also not having enough money and all sorts of things. But what is your advice on how do we then appropriate as Parliament, and how do we then as COWEG advise Parliament in terms of appropriating these funds, ring-fence them elsewhere, so that Auditor-General is able to have free access to that, and then we do not have an issue of Auditor-General not being paid and at the end of the day not being able to perform their duties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Subarati.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, thank you. Firstly, let me appreciate the response of the chairperson with regards to the concern raised by, I think, more than 2 members with regards to the auditor. And part of our duties is to actually attend to support the appointment of the auditor. That's part of our responsibility as COAG. Chairperson, let me just also emphasize that what it necessarily means that this particular firm will be starting is 8th year of service to us, if I understand it correctly. And whilst I appreciate the circumstances and the explanations offered that larger firms are compromised in terms of fees, and smaller firms possibly could be outsourced by, let us as a committee be clear that we cannot tell to the South Africans that we cannot find another firm that's unable to do, because how do we, if we are compromised, do we say to fellow South Africans that we could not find another firm in 8 years? And I hear what you say about the value, etc. Unfortunately, the independence of an auditor is crucial. That's not compromising. And I think 7 years, Chairperson, it's done its time. As a firm, they've benefited from the revenue. We've benefited from the input. We need to be conscious that it's not something, it's going to come up next year and it's going to get even worse, because we cannot have a sustainable 7 years gets renewed again. So I just want to make that point. Chairperson, the other reason I asked about the revenue, and I noticed that question wasn't reflected upon the surplus, is because part of our responsibilities is to confirm the retention of the surplus. And that arises out of the revenue. So I'm really asking a question. is the AG overcharging so that we're seeing this wonderful surpluses? Because we have struggling and failing local municipalities. So it's something we need to get the balance. Whilst we want to be successful as an AG and have surpluses, we also want to balance it in terms of what we are charging. So I saw that question wasn't responded to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the audit team. I just want to also follow up from the latter speaker, and maybe I heard the 7 years explanation. I think it's way too long. Maybe if I may understand, if there was any scientific study conducted that actually demonstrate that you would need the first 3 years to understand the business, the latter 3 years and another year to actually be able to provide meaningful input and for us to see the valuable outcomes. I think it's way too long because audits are every year. So it means for the 3 years, you must accept that you are still trying to understand the business. You make recommendations, there are management responses to that, but they may not be significant. Output as a result of that. I'm not convinced, and I quite concur with the latter speaker. It means that in the 30 years of democracy, you would have technically had 2 companies, because one company would take 14 years if it's in a partnership agreement like this. And I heard that there's PE compliance and all of that, and I see that it was lastly Mr. Rakesh, and then now we're recommending Mr. Gary. I do believe that we can still find people. We can still go into the pool, test it at least, because my understanding is that currently it was not tested. It was based on an understanding. You'll correct me if I'm wrong, but if we go to the pool, test it, receive applicants and so forth, and then we can be better positioned to maybe consider this recommendation. But I do not think that as a party we would or as a member in this instance, will support this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe just to emphasize what the 2 speakers have alluded on is that, Chair, we should have looked at some succession plan around this way before the finish of the 7 years, because we know that there's going to be a rotation after 7 years, right? But I think we can pick up that the committee is not comfortable that we rotate the audit partner, but we retain the audit firm. So we should have maybe at their 3rd, 4th year, because we know that we would need to have a rotation on their 7th year, start looking for another one. Because from your explanation, I can pick up that it's quite a tedious exercise to get an audit firm, because there's a lot of things to consider, because we cannot have an auditor that is also, we are giving some work to these companies to do, or as an extension of Auditor-General. So it becomes very difficult now to pick up another audit firm that is going to be independent and also have capacity to do the audits for Auditor-General. But however, I'm saying to start looking for another one at our 7th year, where when you have to do the rotation, it's already late. So we should be, or we should have started looking for a succession or the change way before the time where we know that at the 7th year we'll have to consider changing a partner. So that's my number 1. Number 2, I would also want to echo what my colleague here was raising, that we can see that the municipalities are struggling for many reasons. But if the bulk of our receivables is from the municipalities, then as an audit committee also, I would expect that you raise as a recommendation that why not the appropriation go straight to Auditor-General, because these are annual audits. These are annual statutory audits that we know that Auditor-General have to conduct them. We know even when are they going to be conducted, why then not the appropriation go straight to Auditor General, then to go to the client? Because we end up with a situation where now the appropriation goes to the municipalities, and then when Auditor General has to offer the service, then we are sitting with a huge amount of receivables that are technically not recoverable, because if the municipality is struggling and is explaining giving us all sorts of explanations for them unable to pay Auditor General, now we're sitting at a situation whereby if we can redirect these audit fees directly to Auditor General so that they can offer the service. So if we can have a situation like that, I was going to be happy to see from the audit committee recommending as a solution now to cap the amount of receivables going up and remaining not recoverable. Thank you so much.
Thank you, honourable members. We are running a little tight on the schedule. I would want us to stick to the time allocations, but it is a very important discussion, and I would ask for a brief response. But honourable members, it's clear that there's a sense from this discussion that members are not very comfortable with approving the Crow as the auditor once again. So we'll have the discussion further as a committee, but we'll have to think about what happens if we don't approve, and how is that handled. So we'll also be advised on that issue, and we'll take that further in the discussion. But I think the sense is that we're not very comfortable with the reinstatement of the same audit firm. Let me hand over to you for a brief response, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. If we can, if the Chair allows us to deal specifically with this issue of the auditors. So every year, it is a requirement, and this is best practice. It is a requirement for SCOEC for us to make a recommendation for the approval of an auditor, and we are doing that as required. What the process that is done, but it's not done on an annual basis, is a process where we go through a thorough and detailed process and make a recommendation to SCOEC to approve Crow as an auditor for a number of years. So at the moment, we are in contract with Crow as a company, and the contract expires in 2028. And the normal processes were followed, and they were approved as an auditor. I think was it 5 years or 7 years when they were reapproved. However, on an annual basis, it is required that we go through another process to satisfy ourselves that they remain independent and competent, to make sure that we can say that these are the auditors that we can recommend. So we have gone through the process of making sure that we can satisfy ourselves that Crow still remains a company that is independent. Whether we've done a scientific study, we are relying on what is the market practice. If you look at all the big firms, if you look at all the small firms, if you look at the rotation policy, as is in the approved by the Independent Regulatory Board of Auditors, mandatory firm rotation is something that they have. It has been approved, and 7 years is normally what is acceptable it's normally what is acceptable in the market. So we do take your point, member, regarding a 7 years. It doesn't compromise independence of a firm. We believe for a person, yes, but for a firm, and again taking from what the market does, we are comfortable that as a firm the firm is not compromised. Earlier, I did mention that Gary was involved on the audit. He was involved in the audit a while back. I was mentioning in terms of his knowledge and understanding of the organization, but he was not involved per se in other words, in the last 7 years. He was not, his independence was not impaired in any way. So I think just to reconfirm, the process that we went through to appoint, to recommend for the appointment of this committee up to the 11th of January 2028, it was done. SCOEC approved. We followed that process. What we are requesting is for an annual approval of this firm. Perhaps, you know, in terms of us explaining, I think perhaps that information, that back information around the existing arrangements that was missing. Apologies if we brought any confusion with regard to that. Chair. May we proceed with the rest of the...
Yes, please.
Okay, the questions. Yes, the comment around whether the AGSA has sufficient capacity to do the audit. We are referring to, or not to do the audit, to be able to support the business, essentially. So to support the AGSA business. So it is really limited to the AGSA itself, whether they can be able to produce information that enables the business to make the appropriate decisions, and whether they have sufficient capacity to be able to produce the management accounts, the financial statements, the integrated reports, etc. We are, the comment that is made here is limited to that. So that's one. And then the second thing is that because of the nature of the business that the AGSA does, and the breadth and the width of the businesses in South Africa, it's just impossible for the AGSA to be able to do everything themselves, and hence they have to rely on, we call them CWC. So these are engineers, these are specialized skills, skills such as engineers, actuarial firms, etc. But they also have to outsource to other accounting firms. The scope is so wide that the AGSA really does not have a choice but to outsource. And what then becomes important is making sure that any risks that comes with outsourcing is managed appropriately. And we are not aware of any risk, or at least no significant risks have been made to us around the outsourcing of CWC. With regard to the receivables, regarding the debtors, so we are guided by what the international financial reporting standards tell us, and the standards tell us that the data, it must be for it to be able, for the auditors to sign it off, it must be accurate, and it must relate to a specific data, and it must also be recoverable. These are some of the assertions in auditing terms. These are some of the assertions that the amount must be able to meet. So we have gone through that process to make sure that if the AGSA has recorded an amount saying this municipality owes us 10 million, we have satisfied ourselves that that 10 million is actually owed by that municipality and that amount is recoverable. And if there's any doubt that any amount is not recoverable, processes would have gone through, and only an amount that is accurate and complete is the amount that will be recorded in the financial statements. And that is how the financial statements, the amount that you are seeing, have been reflected. So I think that's the one. Yeah, I think then the other, I think there's two questions. The one is the appropriation and the other one is the overcharging. Whether the AGSA is overcharging, yeah, maybe you can. Do you wanna? But maybe Carol, before you come in, is that I think one also would have to compare when we say overcharging, also compare with what is being charged out in the market, but also considering the fact that the work that the AGSA that the AGSA is mandated to do is very different as well. Thank you. Carol, want to come?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's difficult to tell, but all we know is that we are operating in very challenging times. We've got slow economic growth. There's lack of prudence in spending. We're also struggling to collect outstanding debt from the municipalities and some state-owned enterprises. So we have no incentive to overprice, but that remains to be seen. Our financial strides are informed over the period by improving our productivity. So we've managed to claw back some work from the contract firms and bring it in-house. When we use contract firms, we don't make much margin, so there's no lever to increase the prices. So we accept the low margins. Bringing work back in-house does help us with margins. And then the second thing is that the organization has been driving cost optimization initiatives across all business units, and that has been quite fruitful. And then we've enhanced our debt collection strategies and working much closer in terms of building relationships, making people who owe us, or organizations like the municipalities who owe us debt, to understand how important auditing is and how important it is for us to recover the money so that there's sustainability to the organization. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think we should conclude, honourable members, on this presentation, please, so that we do have enough time to engage the AGSA. So let me thank the Audit Committee. Honourable Member, we are behind schedule and we don't have a lot of time. Brief question.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's not actually a question. I just want to say we are happy with the explanation of the auditor as they have presented here, and that we support the renewal, and that they must start to look for a new auditor after 2028. That's my input, sir.
No, thank you very much for that. And let me say thank you for that information. It did assist us, and we will have the discussion when we conclude our report. But I think we are assisted in that regard. So let me once again welcome the presentation and thank you for that. And then we can please ask the AGSA to join us again.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Okay, thank you very much, and welcome back, AG and DAG and the rest of the delegation. Thank you very much, and we are slightly behind schedule, but not a lot. We did have a fruitful engagement, so that was important, but let's jump straight into it, and I'm going to hand over to you, AG. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to the honourable members of SCOAG and all the officials that are here, and to my colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to engage with you on the annual report that we've tabled, and to reflect with you on our performance as an institution over the year ended in March 2024. Fortunately, you've already been privy to the audit outcomes of the Audit Office and the matters around how we run the institution from a governance point of view. I wanted to just then deal with a few of the slides that we shared with you. I won't go through every single one because I would like to respect the time, but also provide ample opportunity for engagement. On the second slide, where we deal, this very one, where we deal with our vision and mission, I always find it helpful to remind my different audiences, and this one I will treat no differently, that we operate on the basis of our constitutional mandate and the provisions of the Public Audit Act, which require of us to independently audit all of the public sector. So we get to see every single public institution every single year. This particular audit mandate and audit universe is not one that is the norm for different auditors general. It's a key part of our public finance management system in South Africa, one which we believe is important. But I do want us to just table and register with the honourable members that this unique mandate that we have gives us privileged access to information and insights across the sectors, so we have a view of an individual institution, but we can see an entire sector as well as an entire sphere of government. And we believe we are then called upon to use this unique insight to provide relevant information that can enable the corrective action that those in administration must take, the corrective action that those in the executive must make, but importantly, to enable effective oversight by yourselves in the legislature. The World Bank has rated South Africa as one of 2 audit institutions that enjoys full independence, and that rating continues to hold up South Africa as the example of how a supreme audit institution should be established and maintained. Over time, we've been able to build the capabilities that allow us to effectively execute on our mandate, and we focus on ensuring that we provide relevant information that is responsive to the challenges and opportunities of the moment. We aim to continue to lead by example by reporting into SCOAG and making sure that we're accountable as an institution, but also we have our plans that are transparently shared with you, and we are accountable with how we've dealt with different audit matters over the years. In a few weeks, we will be engaging with you on the strat plan and on the budget for the forthcoming financial year. And I think again, I think one of the key exemplary practices of the Audit Office, which we continue to benefit from as an institution, but importantly, we're able to translate into our advocacy for other supreme audit institutions. As we reflect on the work that we've done in 2024, which was year 2 of implementing our new strategy, we pause to highlight that in driving relevant insights and being relevant to the moment and its opportunities and challenges, we've been quite focused on looking beyond debits and credits, but really using our audit mandate, which seeks of us to audit financial statements, performance information, but also look at compliance and look at the strength of internal controls in any environment. And all of that really gives us an opportunity to actively advocate for and inform the key improvements that will get public institutions to perform on their mandate, to do so transparently, and to be accountable for how they deploy public resources and to consistently invest in their institutional integrity. And we believe wholeheartedly that if we can get more and more public institutions seized with the different actions that get them to become better delivery agents for what they're supposed to do, but also are more accountable, more transparent, and are becoming stronger as institution, we will get to a point where the trust deficit that exists between citizens and public institutions will close. People will have a confidence that the things that are being promised will be delivered. The context within which we operate, and I'm now on this particular slide, I think it's important just to highlight that we continue to operate in an environment that is characterized by, yes, some improvement in audit outcomes, but too slow in the different spheres. What we've seen is that there's also a focus on sorting out debits and credits and even audit outcomes, and not enough attention to service delivery. And so that's what's informed our posture, our work, our messages, and our influence work. When we look at the environment, we still struggle with receiving poor quality financial statements. So when we start the audit, we get a set of financial statements, we raise particular problems with those financial statements, and then through the course of the audit, corrections are made and credible financial statements are published. But what then gets lost is an appreciation that just the fact that an accounting officer and a CFO are unable to prepare quality financial statements at the end of the year tells us some worrying things about how they are running that environment on a regular basis. They don't have the disciplines of good financial management. And in an environment where uncertainty is the nature of the game, volatility happens, and there has to be quick decision-making by different players in a particular institution. When they don't have credible financial information, the ability to make quality decisions is quite compromised. So whilst we do celebrate better outcomes at the end of the audit process, we do highlight that, first of all, it is costly for people to rely on the audit process to get financials right, but importantly, the public institution does lose out if they don't invest in the key controls for regular, credible financial and performance information. We also still struggle to deal with a number of pushbacks to our audit messages, and I think the honourable members are well aware of some litigation that has occupied us, where auditees push back. Ours is not to stop people from challenging our audit outcomes. Our concern is when it is done inappropriately, and there isn't enough attention to fixing the problem, but rather fighting the messenger. The environment in which we operate is also still characterized by slow economic growth, which translates into fiscal pressure right across the board, and the MTBPS would have heightened all our awareness to that particular fact over the last few days, which then says that there has to be a focus on strengthening the prudence with which financial resources are deployed in different public institutions, and there has to be much better accountability for what public resources are being done with. Getting the debits and credits right is important, but it's only a part of the story. There's got to be accountability for how performance has actually been dealt with and delivering on what it is the money was meant to have been done, whether it is a particular program or an infrastructure project. So our messages are also about responding to this particular concern. The context of our operations is also where we still struggle to collect our audit fees, as the honourable members are well aware, and particularly in local government and some of the ailing state-owned entities. And then I think I just want to highlight that we remain concerned around the lack of prudent financial management, the instability in a number of public institutions, which makes it difficult to build institutional controls, practices, and integrity. And we also believe that we've got to get every public institution staffed by administration at the right level of technical and professional competence, that enjoys tenure, that enjoys space to do their work, and that is ultimately held accountable. If we don't invest in that, we're not going to get public institutions operating in the way that they should. I share in this next slide some insight on how we've determined whom our stakeholders are, and it's a pretty broad range of stakeholders, ranging from the people we audit, the people that we account to and share even our insights with, ranging from civil society and the media and citizens directly. We also interact with the audit firms who do some of our work, I think you're well aware. And we also engage with the wider audit profession. We are essentially an audit firm. The biggest audit firm in the country, hiring over 1,000 chartered accountants who operate on a permanent basis, including other audit professionals as well. We are the biggest training program that has been accredited by the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants, in that we help young people attain their dreams of qualifying as chartered accountants. We also include in our realm of stakeholders our own employees, as well as the professional bodies and other regulators. Key professional bodies that we interact with on an ongoing basis would be the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants, the South African Institute of Government Auditors. We interact with other professional organizations where our staff hold designations, such as the practitioners in the forensic space, as well as in the information system space. And then in terms of how we interact with our different auditees, we spend a lot of time with the people who run public institutions, making sure that not only do we give audit findings, but importantly, we are diligent in helping them understand how we see things, but importantly, understanding how they see things, because that's where we're able to shape quality, actionable recommendations for them to drive the necessary improvements. And that continues to characterize how our office interacts with the auditees that we engage with. I will actually move on and leave this part around how we engage with stakeholders, because I think I've dealt with it. In terms of our strategy, I think we spoke about this when we did the induction, honorable members. We have still the same constitutional mandate, the same requirements in terms of the Public Audit Act, but have read the moment and understood that we've got to do slightly more to inspire and inform the right type of changes that are going to get public institutions doing what they're supposed to do more often than not. And so our key strategic goal would be shifting public sector culture, which is about making sure that we shift the culture within public institutions to move from mere compliance, to move from tolerating transgressions and poor performance, towards really doing better and therefore doing good to benefit citizens on an ongoing basis. So we've set for ourselves a very ambitious target of moving more public institutions from what we've said are doing harm to doing good. And it's changed the nature of our engagements with different auditees in a way that's challenging, but I think also quite inspirational for our own audit teams, and I think for them as well. They're starting to see the role of the audit office beyond just being the ones who come and tick and bash and give audit findings, but rather the ones that give insight on how public institutions can get better. The other strategic goals, which we've spoken about before, would be making sure that we give proper insight, using the fact that we audit every single public institution every single year, seeing individual institutions, but also across sectors as well as across the different spheres, using the fact that we have access to those who run institutions, those who supervise at the executive level, but also those who oversee, and ensure that we can give the type of insight and also inspire the right type of action that's going to get institutions operating better. Another strategic goal, which I know the honorable members are always very keen on, is how we've used our powers of enforcement. So you'll see a lot of our input in that regard. And we've seen insight, influence, enforcement as part of a toolkit that can help us shift public institutions, and that's how we've applied the powers. I will talk a little bit about those first few goals, and then the DAG will take over for me to talk a little bit about the internal environment, dealing with the strategic goals of sustainability and efficiently. Just briefly, in terms of what we've achieved over the 2024 financial year in terms of insight, We focused on developing a multi-year audit plan, which is really an overall strategic plan to shape the work we do. It's best practice among supreme audit institutions. We couldn't take for granted the fact that we have full coverage, we have to audit everyone, but really start to say, in shaping our work, where are we going to place our emphasis on understanding sectors better? So we've selected a few sectors, and on page 58 of the annual report that we've published, we give you the different sectors we've decided to focus on in different times. This plan allows us to shape the work of the office, give some predictability to our staff on what we're going to demand, but also it informs our stakeholders on what they can expect from the audit office. We've also shaped the priorities based on what we know are key priorities for South Africa as it is today. We've also shaped this work to ensure that we are relevant as an audit office. We give relevant, timely, credible, independent insight. And so I've been really pleased with how the office has taken on this responsibility to shape this multi-year audit plan. And so we were able to get that done and are now implementing it. In the previous year, we've also spent some time with different categories of auditees as focal points to get those that run them to commit to specific actions that would correct the situation. And we've been able to get those commitments in hand. What we're doing now is tracking the implementation of those commitments made. And you'll see we focused on metros, on specific value chains, and we also looked at disclaimers of auditees, and we also looked at clean audits. And you wonder, why would a clean audit have a commitment schedule? Within clean audits, we focused a lot of our attention on performance. We said, okay, you've got a clean audit, you're doing well on the basics. How can we start to shift you towards doing better, towards doing good? So those commitments speak to that. Accepting that a clean audit is a very good base from which to drive better performance. And of course, the disclaimers, I'm sure you'll know, is something that we have been highlighting as something we should never, ever tolerate. And so we've been focused on making sure that all in an ecosystem where there's a disclaimer of audit opinion are seized with reversing that situation. We've also done a bit of work in the discretionary space. So the regularity audits we do every year, that's compulsory work. And then we do every now and again do discretionary work. This time around, we focused in working with AfroSci, which is the forum for the AGs of African countries that are English speaking. And that is a forum that is a very good platform for driving advocacy, but also capacity building for different AG's offices. And so we've worked together with them. So all of the different offices have done similar work in their different countries that's focused on access to basic education for children with special needs. And so that's a performance audit that we will be publishing over the course of this coming year. The next two slides really talk to what I've just said, so I won't go through it. I want to just deal with influence now. On influence, we focused on looking at the different players in that accountability ecosystem, which I know you've seen us draw up, where we deal with different role players in the ecosystem of accountability. And we've developed a mechanism to highlight which areas are particularly weak and to start shaping whom we will influence to do what so that we can strengthen those particular areas of the ecosystem. We've understood that if we are to get government operating properly, if we are to get public institutions performing properly and being overseen effectively, we have to get everyone in the ecosystem of accountability doing their part. So there are particular interventions we're placing with internal audit functions, there are particular things we're doing with audit committees, there are particular strategic things we're doing with oversight, and the like. All of it really looking at how do we strengthen the different players in the ecosystem. In this past year, we've taken some time to generate a stakeholder perception survey, because it's important to get feedback from your different stakeholders. And here we were seized with trying to ensure that we get feedback on how our different stakeholders understand the work we do, our mandate, how they experience our work, how they perceive the impact and relevance of the work that we conduct, how they experience our teams, in terms of whether or not they are dealing with them in a way that's professional. We also ask key questions on how they perceive the quality of our recommendations. And the reason we did that was that we knew it would serve as a baseline for us to drive the improvements we must drive over the next couple of years. So the stakeholder survey was most affirming with an 88% approval rating. And we take that credit for that. But importantly for us, we've been able to identify particular areas of improvement, which we are now driving within the environment. The next 2 slides, as I said, the 3 slides deal with what I've just said. On the influence part, maybe just to highlight, we've spent time with different stakeholders, and we've given some examples in our annual report on the impact of our influence work. For example, if you look at the higher education and training sector, because we see the entire value chain, we've been able to generate insights of key improvements that can be made to drive better quality spend, better efficiency of rollout of particular programs and policies. And we believe that some of the actions being taken are a consequence of us having spent the time understanding the sectors and using the fact that we can see every institution to generate critical insights, which will start to improve the quality of spend across the sector. We've been able to use the fact that when we audit municipalities, we also are able to interact with the provincial executive. So the offices of the Premier, the provincial COCTAs, the provincial treasuries, and we've been able to get them to not only understand their legislated duties around monitoring and supporting municipalities, but to actually take the relevant action to improve the situation, whether it's about supporting municipalities to get out of disclaimers or getting them to submit financial statements. And so some of our influence work has been able to drive those sorts of improvements. We continue to collaborate with civil society organizations, and that is, again, also best practice that we're informing across the world. And we're also getting closer and closer to understanding the problems around infrastructure rollout and maintenance, and we're able to give specific recommendations to different players. On the enforcement side, it's been 5 years since we had these powers granted through the amendment to the Public Audit Act. You may recall, honourable members, that we started quite small. We implemented at 16 PFMA auditees and 9 MFMA auditees initially. And so our focus was to say, let's make sure we roll out responsibly, but as quickly as possible. We've now been able to roll it out to most of the auditees. In fact, as at the end of 2025, we would have covered everyone. We've also been able to train our staff to get the environment ready, make sure accounting officers are well aware of what it is we're doing and what we seek to achieve. In the course of doing this, we've also learned a few things. We can get better at managing timelines, so that's getting the attention it deserves now. We can also get better at swiftly processing the MIs instead of giving too much time for accounting officers to take the action that they should. It's always important to give just enough time. It's important you must give the accounting officer the time they need to do what they're supposed to do in law. But you also can't leave it too long. So what we're learning is that we could tighten our follow-up on that. We've also focused on improving the nature or the quality of the MIs. It's no good to spend all of our time raising all sorts of MIs. It's much better to identify high-impact MIs and to chase those. And so we've been doing quite well in that regard. And we've also had to continue to invest in the institution's capability to respond to these new set of responsibilities. Maybe if we just go to slide 25 so I can share some insight on what it is we've been able to achieve over time. Over the last 5 years, we've been able to raise, across the 2 cycles, PFMA and MFMA, a total of 626 MIs. And MIs are those that we can see financial losses. So out of the 626, 500 related to instances where we could see financial loss as a result of non-compliance. Some we also registered as MIs because we could see that there was substantial harm being caused to the public. So, for example, if we see that there is environmental harm being caused because a landfill site is not being maintained or a wastewater treatment plant sits in disrepair, we then can raise that MI and are able to get the action that's required. We've also raised MIs on in instances where the submission of financial statements wasn't coming right, or even attention to disclaimers were not coming right, and we've been able to get action and corrective action in that regard. There have been a number of MIs where we've raised matters on misuse of material public resources. Maybe to give an example of what we mean there. There are a few instances where, especially in the health sector, we find that there are hospitals or wards where there's been investment in the infrastructure and the technology and equipment that's required, but they're not being put into use. And we'd be able to identify it by visiting the specific site. In Witbank, we found a neonatal ICU ward that was not being used 7 years after the investment had been made. And so we raised the MI to say, well, by not bringing this into use, you're causing harm and you're misusing a public resource. It's an MI, so now we can follow up. And we're able to follow up to a point where finally the ward was being put into use. The staff that needed to be put in place were appointed. We had a similar thing in the Free State more recently, and 2 years ago, something similar in the Northwest. We've not yet understood what incentivizes this sort of thing, where assets are invested in, but they're not put into use. But through this MI instrument, we've been able to get the corrective action dealt with. Our next work stream is about figuring out what sort of controls need to be improved so that we don't have this continue. One of the MIs we're dealing with now in the Free State is a particular hospital that was being renovated. And through the refurbishment, which was done and completed 5 years ago, the numbers were on the books, so the numbers were fine in the books. The team from our office went to visit the site and found that it was actually being vandalized because it was not being put into use. So they started asking questions, and the answer was a bit strange. So they said, well, it's an MI, attend to it because you're actually losing money. I think it was about 22 million rand that had been spent, and yet this was not being commissioned for use. A year later, unfortunately, still not being put into use. And the vandalism has continued. Again, I think we are now figuring out, beyond raising individual MIs, what are the systemic things that cause these things to happen in the first instance. Through the MIs, we've been able to get matters resolved, such as getting assets into use or financial resources being collected back. We've also been able to get accounting officers to refer matters for investigations, or when they don't do it, we do it ourselves. So there've been a number of investigations that are running as a consequence of us having raised these matters. At the moment, we are counting 3.47 billion rand of financial losses that have been saved across the system as a consequence of us having these powers. Honourable Chair, in the request for this conversation, there was a particular request made around what do we see when we're auditing. And I think it's important to give insight as to the points I was making on the context within which we operate. We find that in the PFMA audit cycle, and the numbers that you have there are for the year ended 2023, there have been significant improvements in terms of the number of clean audits, the number of audits that can get the debits and credits right. What we see, though, is that there are far too many auditees that sit in that yellow zone, and that's where the debits and credits are fine, but they have a problem on compliance, often on procurement, as well as a problem on performance information, which really stands between the institution and actual delivery. So part of our messages are now focusing on getting more attention to the auditees in the yellow zone, because many of them actually graduate into yellow and sit there for years and years and don't move. And it's a very dangerous zone because that's where leakage happens, that's where bad performance happens, and also they can regress. So we want to drive much clearer messages about the need to improve from this category because it is undesirable. We are now finalizing the 2024 audit report for PFMA. In the next few weeks, we will be tabling that report in Parliament. We are currently briefing the National Executive on it, having briefed all of the provinces for 2024. So in a very short space of time, you'll be able to see the outcomes. MFMA is a worse-off picture. I think this much the honourable members are au fait with. In MFMA, fewer clean audits, a number that sit with unqualified with findings, but also, unfortunately, many more disclaimers and even qualified audit opinions. So a lot more work needed in the MFMA cycle to get accountability and transparency at the right level. And then in terms of what we're doing in shifting the public sector culture, as I indicated when I started, we formulated a culture shift continuum where we want to shift auditees from doing harm to doing good. So we started by creating a baseline and making an assessment of where are they now and how do we shift them in the right direction. So what you'll see there is that for PFMA, you've got 23% that are doing harm. Whereas for MFMA, you've got 45% that are doing harm. And that's kind of consistent with the audit outcomes. And then on the other side of the spectrum, you've got 9% at PFMA that are doing good and 1% that are doing good in MFMA. So the job at hand is to really engage with all of these auditees to move them from the left to the right. And we look in locating them on this plotting, we look not just at financial management, we look at service delivery, we look at whether they've got a set of controls and a tone that prioritizes compliance and ethical conduct. We also look at whether or not they do respond to matters that may be causing leakage. So what we do is use all of these different tools in our toolkit to drive the type of conversations which we believe will start to move auditees from the left to the right. I've tried to be brief. I'm going to hand over to the DAG to deal with the internal environment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, AG. Good morning, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. I'll try to be brief as well. We have put quite a lot of slides, Chair, and this was just in response to the last engagement. We said we're going to give you much more information, but I will not necessarily try to cover it now. I can deal with it at the question stage if it's necessary. So, Chair, what I'm going to be covering quickly is just to give you the context in which we operate from a financial, looking into the internal part, but also the tech side of things. You will recall last time we engaged with you that we appreciate that we are working in a fiscal environment that is not growing as fast as it should. And we are struggling to some extent to collect some of our data. We do believe that the current funding model is appropriate. We just need to find a solution for those debtors who are not able to pay us because of their financial situation. On the tech side, we do appreciate the advances that are being made in the industry, but also globally as far as technology is concerned. And as part of our strategy, we are adopting a digital transformation approach that will allow us to remain being relevant as a supreme audit institution, to be able to do our audit using technology and using digital means to allow us to cover more and bring more insight and be able to then do the influence that we want to achieve as part of our culture shift. So the way that we're presenting our report, we give you the snapshot of the focus that we are doing, indicating whether we believe that we have achieved using the color code of green or as red. And I will spend some time with the areas that we have not achieved. The areas that we have achieved, I'll just quickly highlight them, and I'm happy to take questions later if there's any need to do that. AG had indicated earlier the overall outcome of our audit, and there would have been an area where we said outstanding. So we do assess ourselves as an office to say how many of our auditees that have given us annual financial Fs on time do we finish the audit on time, and that we're able to achieve 90%. That allows AG to come and give feedback to Parliament in terms of our work. It's a critical indicator because if we don't get the work, we'll not be able to give that assessment. AG mentioned that in the past we have to issue MIs to be able to force auditees to submit Fs to us to be able to do that. We do have a quality indicator that we did not meet this time, and I'll take members into a little bit more details on that. So I've already spoken about our focus in terms of covering doing enough work to be able to give AG the chance to come and give you the overall assessment of how the auditees are performing. But there is one area that, while we have performed very well over the past few years, in the last review period, we did not meet one of the indicators which we have set for ourselves. What we do here, Honorable Chair, we have an independent unit within the organization that do quality checks on that particular one. In terms of their assessment, we did not meet the 80 to 90%. However, there's an overall quality assessment that is done by an independent quality management committee, which looks into the end-to-end activities, which were being assessed to be adequate as far as the ISQM is concerned. Moving on, Chair, and trying to be fast, I will not talk to all the indicators, especially the ones which are green. But it's important in terms of the financial context to just indicate that in terms of our net surplus, we have achieved that. And it's important one at this stage to just explain some of the things that are allowing us to do that. I've mentioned the fact that we have adopted a digital transformation strategy. What that means is that we need to make significant investment in terms of digital technology. Doing that will allow us to do our audits much better. It will allow us to cover more. It will allow us to have the right insight. But that will require us to have the investment over time to do that. So as an audit office, we have been adopting strategies around cost optimization that allow us to be able to realize better margins. One of the techniques that we did, AG mentioned that we've got a number of people that we appoint within our own environment. However, due to the peak period, we are not always able to do the work ourselves. We do use the private audit firms who come and assist us. So when you have to do PFMA, we'll use our own people, but supplement that capacity with external audit firm. Similarly, with the MFMA is the same thing, and it is because of our peak. If we were to resource ourselves to service everything, when the peak is done, our people will not work. So it's very important that we get the balance right. What we've been working hard to do as well is to say, when our people are available at some cycle, such as when you do MFMA, our national resources are available to assist. We adopted a technique called staff pooling, where we move people from the center to go and assist in the Western Cape, in the Northern Cape, to ensure that before we use an external firm, our own people are busy. We have seen that technique that it allows us to increase what we call our own hour revenue. That's an indication that our people are being utilized first before we use external people. So those techniques have allowed us to realize better margins because when we use our own people, there are margins. And it makes sense for us to use our people because we've already committed on the payroll. So instead of them sitting and not being fully utilized, we try to utilize our people, and that is shown by the overall productivity. I just spent some time to explain some of these numbers because I think explaining this just covers how we've managed some of these indicators that have improved. But when you go to our detailed annual report, you'll see that what really increased is our own hour revenue. The revenue itself had only moved by 6% overall, but by utilizing our own resources more, it has allowed us to do and achieve at this target. So this, Honorable Chair, translates to us having a better net income, but also a gross margin, because when we use our own people, we do realize a margin. When we use an external audit firm, we do not put a margin on it. I think I've covered the bulk of this, Chair. For the sake of time, I will just emphasize the part that while we do continuously like to improve on our collection, and we've given you enough information regarding where are we struggling. But when we get there, you'll see that the key areas that we struggle is with local government and some state-owned entities. As an institution, we're trying to improve on our staff pooling, as I've explained. This allows us to ensure that before we use external audit firms, our people are fully utilized. So, Chair, these are just some of the numbers. I guess you have seen the detailed audit report, but this indicates that our overall revenue has grown by 6%, which is in line with the inflation. So, at the moment, the main cost driver for the audit effort is the hours that our professional staff spend. So the increase that we've got is in line with the inflation numbers that will have been driven by the cost of those particular staff members. We are working very hard to look into the overall cost that the office is carrying in terms of our overheads, and these have translated, as you can see in the numbers, to a decent margin. I want to emphasize that the margin that we are realizing, what it shows a margin, most of it is still tied up in debtors because we struggle to collect on the debtors. And this has been driven by the cost optimization exercises that we are taking as an office. Over the page, Chair, we're just giving you additional information on the debtors. You will see that we are still struggling to collect debtors. We are still owed over R1 billion. And here you will notice that most of the debtors is still sitting in the local government. There are some state-owned companies that are struggling financially to pay us. We've given more details in terms of which are those entities, and for the sake of time, I will not necessarily always repeat them. But to make this clear, Chair, in the previous engagement, the committee was asking about whether we believe that the current funding model makes sense. AG had indicated that the assessment done by the World Bank has put AGSA and another entity as one of the most independent entities. And this also goes to how the funding model is currently being done, where we are able to bill for the time that we spend. And in billing the time that we spend, that gets approved by the audit committees of our auditees to make sure that the fee that we are asking to be paid is in line with the effort that needs to be made. I like to emphasize, as AGF said, is the quality of the Fs has got an impact on the effort. Because if you get Fs that still need real work to be done after the audit, it means we audit the first set, we pick up issues, we give auditees a chance for them to go and fix it. But that means we must audit that again to make sure that the final product is correct. If we can get quality financial statements, which there has been some improvement that we are seeing, it will go a long way to ensure that we don't have double handling of the audit effort. Over the page, Chair, I've given you extra information in terms of which are the main entities or main provinces that are behind. We see that Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, Northwest, they are the ones that are slightly behind, and this is mainly driven by the fact that some of the local government entities in that space are in financial distress. You will recall that for those financial distress entities, we have an arrangement with National Treasury where they assist to pay for some of those. But there's a missing middle that do not fit the definition of what National Treasury come to assist, and those we do get into payment arrangement where we give them a chance to ring fence them and then they pay over time. But some of them struggle to do pay. I do think that the work that we are doing with National Treasury will allow us to unlock some of this. It's an area that is getting attention from our side because we can use the money which is tied up in debtors to assist us with our digital transformation investment. Over the page, Chair, is just the breakdown in terms of the state-owned entities. Even here, we have got the same thing. Some will go into financial distress, like Dinel. It's been a historic debt that they've got. We'll have an agreement with them in terms of paying up, and they will pay, but when they run out of funds, they will then stop. And we just hope that when they get the funds again, they then pay us. They paid us some funds in March, and last year they were paying consistently until around September. And then when the funds that they got from a bailout run out, they also stop paying us. It's an area like this where we're having discussion with National Treasury to find a way as to, for the ones that are struggling to pay us, is there a way for National Treasury to pay us directly on their behalf? And we believe that the current PAA Act does allow for that. We are still engaging with National Treasury to explore that particular subsection. Chair, AG has mentioned that we are the biggest audit firm, but we take that responsibility also to make changes to influence the industry. We have mentioned that part of the work that we do, we give it to audit firms. So it is a very critical lever that we can use to influence the audit industry. And over the past 5 years that we've been handling the current contract. So what we do, Chair, is every 5 years we appoint people into a panel and we use them consistently over that. But when we allocate the work, we try to bring transformation. And one of the areas that we do is to look into the developing firms. I'm glad that over the years, the work that AG has given to this firm has helped them to establish themselves to be, some of them to be of as sizable audit firms at this stage, where they no longer rely on AGSA to give them work, but now they can stand on their own. I do think that the work that we've done, Honorable Chair, to transform the industry is very good, and it's an area that we'll continue to do. Obviously, the strategy have to change going forward as to what do we want to achieve, because we don't want to just keep creating a one or two man show audit firms. And when we meet with you, we'll share with you what the thinking is going forward. But in terms of the current philosophy, we believe that we have done very well in terms of assisting women-owned firm and also black-owned firm to have decent share of the work that we do with the CWCs. Moving to the next strategic goal, Chair. On risk management, sustainably. So our strategy, Chair, on the operational side, we talk about efficiently, and that talks about we're trying to do our work in the most efficient manner, and we're trying to leverage technology, trying to use our people efficiently, so that the work that we do doesn't come at a huge cost to the fiscus. It's something that we spend lots of time to say, how do we leverage technology and digital transformation to do our work much better? The next part is to say that we must do it in a sustainable manner. And in that particular area, we do have a number of indicators. That the one that we have achieved, I will not spend too much time, but there's one that we didn't fully achieve, Chair. We assess ourselves in terms of our ethical standing within the organization. Our target was to achieve a AA, and we achieve an A. In terms of the standing, it's still in the right category, top right category. However, it's a slight regress to what we would like to achieve as an organization. Next slide, please. So I've already spoken to the one that we did not achieve, but in terms of the others that we have achieved, I will just take it in terms of questions just to save time. We believe that we are on track in terms of meeting our targets as far as sustainability is concerned, Chair. Chair, we take our people area very seriously and the culture around there. We did a culture survey to be able to see as to how and where do we perform. When we talk about changing culture, it's also internally. The area that we did not achieve, Chair, was on our pass rate. We have mentioned that we have produced over 2,000 CAs over the since we put our program in place. It's an area that we believe that we can make a meaningful difference by giving people who will not get a chance to be CAs, by bringing them to AGSA, giving them the support and getting them to fulfill their dreams of being CAs. And we have set ourselves an ambitious target, which we did not meet in the past financial time. We are looking into ways to meet it going forward, and we have refined how we assess that particular goal. It's something that is close to our hearts because it does make a difference to the lives of our people when we can get them over the line. There's a number of indicators that, for the sake of time, I will not deal with everyone, but I'll talk about the culture. We assess our culture within the organization. While there's areas to improve, the culture index indicate that we are doing fairly well. Next slide, please. I think I've covered this already, so let's move on to the final one. Our training program. This is one of the things that we are proud about as an office. When we've got more time, Chair, we'll talk to you about the journey of when we started our CA training program and any other programs. We've got a number of programs that you've got where we train our people. So we've now, it's not only about CAs, we're now training data analytics. We're going to be bringing cyber expert. So the various training programs that allow us as an office to be able to do the work, we do appreciate that we must grow our own timber. And in areas that has got to do with the financial auditing, we have a broad range of skills that we are bringing the people in. We make use of the Tutuka program to help us to assist students who are still at varsity, and we have seen it giving us some good returns in terms of giving us better numbers in terms of students that have passed with CTA. Over the next slide, please. Honorable Chair, this one we have assessed ourselves as having done well. I will not spend too much time, but I've indicated that we are on a digital transformation journey, and this slide basically talk about the things that we are doing. We are on a project to replace our current audit software to something that will be much more appropriate to assist our people to do their work much better. We are putting a suite of tools that will assist the teams to be able to be much more efficient, and for the sake of time, I will not take you through this except to assure the committee and honorable members that we are on track. It is important though to highlight that for us to continue on this journey, we need to make the necessary financial investment in digital transformation, and later on we are going to be asking the committee to allow us to retain our surpluses so that we can continue on this journey. I've already covered this. I think I can move on. I've covered the digital transformation. These are just the details of the sub-project that we are doing. There are critical projects that needs to enable the office to continue operating at the right level. It's critical that we achieve the audit software part, which we are halfway through it. It was great that we were able to secure a partner who's helping us to implement a software that will not only help the office, but we believe also assist with some of the smaller audit firms that we do work with. I think it will be a game changer on how we do our work. I'll take questions on any of the project, but they're there for your information in terms of what it is that we are doing. At this stage, Chair, I'll bring it back to you. I'll hand back to AG to continue with the rest of the presentation. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. There is a request for us to retain the surplus that we generated in 2023-2024, which is part of the resources that we would deploy towards the projects that the DAG spoke about, amongst other things. It's a request that we often make, and I'm not sure if it was dealt with the audit committee, but we do have that request for your support and approval for us to retain that surplus. And that's really our bit. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and members.
Thank you very much, and let's welcome the presentation. And let me open up for questions for clarity. Honourable members. Honourable Beasley, Honourable Mente, Member, Honourable Mofokeng. Okay, let's go in that order. Honourable Beasley.
Thanks, Chair. I've got a few, but I'll go very quickly. The MFMA audit outcomes are shocking, and it must break your heart to see it. And I can remember sitting in eThekwini Council, and the Mayor Kuwanda would stand up and say, we've got an unqualified report, and everybody applauds, but there's like 500 pages of findings. And I don't know if we can change the language around that, because all it is, I'm an accountant, you could have a line item saying corruption. If you've disclosed that properly, then it's fine. But I think we seem to be missing the point there, and I think, yeah, that's just a comment. I just think that it's shocking, and it must break your guys' heart when you see all of that. But I just think the terminology that they around that. And then the enforcement, I think it's a big angle, and I don't really see you guys hitting the big stick. I only see 2 certificates of debt, and I'm very surprised with all the corruption and maladministration going on that more haven't been issued, because I think there is a genuine lack of consequence management. And then I think your debtors thing of 1 billion, more than 50% is current. So I think half of it is old, and it's only increased by 70 million in the year. So I think to say R1 billion outstanding, I think the terminology should be 500 million is over like 60, 30 days, because some of it is current. And it'd be also interesting if you could give us an update as things currently stand. It'll be interesting to see. And then, as a chartered accountant of myself, I don't think be too hard on a pass rate of 50%, my understanding. And I think for the colleagues around us, is to pass board these days is not easy. And I really, really want to compliment you guys for the 700 CAs you put through. I think it's incredible. And I think it's a massive achievement that we need to applaud, that you guys have played a pivotal role, and those CAs are going to play a huge role in governance going forward. So hopefully they can get into those municipalities that are underperforming. So don't be too hard on the 50%. I still think you guys have done remarkable. So thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Mente.
Thank you very much, Chair. Very few. Thank you very much, AG. One thing I want to request that the list of MIs be sent to us as well, because our primary function is to make sure that we enforce implementation of service delivery and oversight. So if we don't know where the MIs we are not able to also assist you in enforcing whatever recommendations that you have made. So let's have that relationship as well. And number two, similarly to what my colleague raised, this week, OR Tambo came to Scopa with a very similar setup of outcome. Everyone knows how the situation is pertaining to financials in OR Tambo. Then boom, they come here, OR Tambo is unqualified. I'm like, oh, no, it's not possible. So, no, I don't know, AG, whether it's a matter of our accounting standards or what, because you can't report everything wrong. Simply because you declared everything is wrong, then you are unqualified. It can be everything, not even a single thing. Now you get to correct the fact that you brought all the wrong things to the fore. Now you are unqualified. I think that categorization in terms of our findings needs a spectacle, because it really misleads. It misled us in Scopa until we delved deeper into it and we are no. But everything is wrong here. When they said we were unqualified and what was they were like, whew, we're getting somewhere. But when you go deeper, like, things are worse. So please, AG, I think in terms of standards and everything, there's been a whole debate in terms of the accounting standards. I know, Raf, also you have a bad standoff in court with Raf in terms of the accounting standards. I think if ever it's us, and in terms of legislation and whatever has to be done, it has to be done, because we're moving. Life has changed. How we want to also curb corruption has to move at a pace that is faster than how we're doing things in the past. So we can't curb corruption in OR Tambo when we think they are doing well. Gandhi, they are only telling us that, yeah, we've stolen. But we just told you. We just told you that we stole. That's fine. And then because you told us, it's okay. It shouldn't be. Then the last one, AG, is that you are reporting missed targets. I want to understand the reasons behind the missing of the targets. What are the factors that contribute to that? And if we have to assist, how do we assist? Because I know many of your clients, you have a very bad standoff with them in court. That might be one factor, but what are the other factors that contribute to that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe I think I've got just two questions. Well, one actually. I believe there's a correlation between the high MIs. I mean, we're given an estimate of about 21 billion, which was an estimated financial loss, and the poor financial statements that we are receiving. And I think that it's been an issue for years, that we don't get the quality that we want, and as a result, we have to duplicate the work, send back, and so forth. Maybe I just need to understand in one line what the problem really is, because I think we can't keep on saying there's a problem. Is it the complexity involved in developing the financial statements? Is it the time frame within which they are supposed to be submitted? Or is it just complete unwillingness to submit proper documentation? Because these are highly educated people that are in these positions. These are people that we will take as fundis in the field who do these things on a yearly basis but still don't get them right. So what is the issue in one line, in our, you know, they would normally say in your own words, in your own words, what is the problem? Because we need to at some point deal with it once and for all. And if it is if it's because they are complex, are we looking in other ways in which we ensure that we don't compromise what we want to get out of these state-owned entities or public entities, but make them less complex? Are we having the conversation to say, what do we need to do to get what we want, but make it in such a manner that anybody can be able to deliver on what we want? We reduce the cost, we don't duplicate the work, we get the information we want as quickly as we want it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Matlala. Honourable Bila.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and we are welcoming the presentation from the Office of the AG. I have got 3 questions to ask. What is the impact of real-time audits, and do we current audit standards enable effect implementation of real-time audits? Or what are the lessons of the AG, that is question number 2, about the implementation of real-time audits, and can the AG develop capacity to increase the provision of real-time audits for identified priority project implementation? The last one, can the AG consider increasing the sample of auditing? What resource effect can it have on the AG South Africa, and what outcomes can be obtained from that? Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, to be afforded this opportunity. And thanks for the presentation from the Office of the AG. We welcome the focus of the AG to strive to influence the institution commitment to reworking the performance indicators so that they are more outcome-based and measurable and close linked to their mandates. This is a critical area to strengthen the quality of assessing the impact of public expenditure. My question number 1 is, will the AG develop the standards for developing outcome-based indicators to ensure government-wide implementation? Do the current auditing standards factor in a standard of quantifying and analytically determining an outcome of policy and programs? How does the audit assess the linkage of the performance indicator and the expenditure to achieve it? Consult on the Code of Conduct for Authorized Auditors, which is section 12, subsection 3, B. How effective is the system in detecting a breach of Code of Conduct by auditors? And how do elements of interference with the audit impact the conduct of the auditors? I think I must pause there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Lekachaba. Honourable Mofokeng.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to honourable members, AG's team, and colleagues. Let me also welcome the presentation from the AG's office. Chairman will be on non-financial performance. I have maybe 3 to 4 questions. My number 1, I would like to know, Chair, we missed our target of achieving a quality rating between 80% to 90%, ending the year with a 69% rating. I would like to know what factors are considered in assessing this area of performance, and is the assessment internal or external? Then my second question is on achievement of assessment of professional competence pass rate of 50%. I would like to know here, Chair, what are the factors contributing to the non-achievement of this critical indicator, and what are the implications on the competence level of the staff not possessing the required competence, Chair? And my third one will be on ethics maturity level. I would also like to know what are the common factors, dilemmas that auditors face in the course of the work, and how does the AG monitor the assess breaches to the required ethical standard and accountability principle? And lastly, on audit engagements, I would like to know what are the weaknesses of the AG in managing effectively audit engagements, which is a critical driver of enabling behavioral change for a culture shift. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mufokeng. Appreciate it. Honourable Subarati.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I wish to just recall that I will be leaving slightly earlier from the meeting to attend my Friday prayer. Chairperson, let me welcome the presentation and compliment the AG on a very polished performance, and your contribution to building a capable and ethical South Africa is truly, truly appreciated. And as a committee, we place great emphasis on your guidance and your stewardship. Chairperson, I want to have a conversation briefly. I have several, and I'll send you my questions, but I just want to have a conversation largely around the Public Order Amendment Act 2018, in which we seek to grant the AG the necessary teeth. And we note that on our adherence to timelines on newly raised MIs, we ended the year with 41% achievement for adhering to timelines on newly missed, as opposed to 60% we had targeted. So does the AG, on this concept, does the AG have sufficient capacity? And also AG has asked us to return the surplus. So the question I'm asking is, does the AG have sufficient capacity to timely respond and manage irregularities as an additional mandate as a result of the Public Audit Amendment Act? If so, what are these plans to increase capacity to ensure the AG archives a higher level of MI? And then, Chairperson, just to elaborate on that, so the first question is in terms of capacity and being able to archive MI faster. And the second question is to commend you, firstly, on the total losses that you managed to the successes banked of 3.47 million, recognizing that the audits are identified on a sample basis, and it's thus far recovered 3.47 billion. This means that there's a potential to recover more losses. In reality, there is a higher level out there. And again, this question talks to, again, this is a specific mandate that was given by the PA Act. So the first one talks to timeliness. The second one talks to quantum. How can we capacitate the AG further so that you can recoup more losses, more of the MI for the country? And lastly, Chairperson, and I'll conclude on this point here, I think it will very be appropriate for the Portfolio Committee to receive a report from the AG in terms of how far they have gone in terms of adhering or implementing the amendment of the Public Audit Amendment Act, because that's really what we try to empower them. Thank you, Chairperson. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. AG, I'm handing back to you to respond to that. Thank you so much.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, for the questions posed. I'll deal with as much as I can, but DAG, could you deal with the questions on the debtors book, the CA pass rate, as well as the quality, the audit quality target? Maybe let me start with you, Honourable Subrati, because I noted that you may be leaving the meeting soon. The timeliness thing, as I understand it, it has two parts to it. One is about, yes, capacity, because once we finish an audit cycle, PFMA, we move on to MFMA, and then by the time we try and catch up with MFMA, with PFMA, it's a year later. I've yet to come to a view that says we need significantly more capacity. We've built some over the last year. I think understanding where you're coming from. It's a muscle we're developing. I think we'll keep getting better at the timeline thing. As an office, I think we'll be getting there. We've prioritized this area. But if I listen to you carefully, could we recover more? And do we need more capacity for us to recover more? I'm inclined to say no, and I'll explain why. What we are doing is a complementary piece of work. It's got to complement what other people are doing. And so our experience is that even with the MIs, sometimes it's best for us to quickly refer it to the SIU, who are well positioned to go and run after money that's being lost. An example would be at NSFAS, where we were raising an accounting issue on the lack of reconciliation between the institution and between NSFAS and the tertiary institutions. And this wasn't being attended to. So we were able to refer to the SIU, and they were able to then go and get the money out. We did similar work with the real-time audits, especially on COVID, and we were able to refer matters to the Hawks and to the SIU, and they could then do the necessary. That's what they're established for. So I believe that more than wanting the AGSA to go and recover all the money, we've got to figure out how we get everyone else doing their part. And yes, I've referred to law enforcement and public investigations bodies, but also accounting officers. We've got to get to a point where we get them to prevent problems, but also to act on them quickly, because by the time we're raising it and chasing after the money, it's long after the fact. There's an example of an infrastructure project in the Free State where the procurement process led to a choice of a contractor that was already in business rescue. We pick it up long after the fact, when money has been paid, and now we're trying to get that money back. We've got to get to a point where accounting officers don't have the space to get away with something like that. So I'm inclined to suggest that we, yes, worry about efficiency and building this muscle to implement this thing within the AG's office, but similarly, at the same time, worry about the other institutions that are better equipped to deal with these matters. But I think we can certainly have that engagement. And to Honourable Mente's request, we will certainly honour your request, ma'am, to share with you the MIs, and that'll give you a good flavour of what we're dealing with and where the matters are. And I do welcome your hand of support to say, as oversight, you can then follow up in specific terms. So we'll certainly make that list available to the honourable members. Let me then start to deal with the matters in turn. Honourable Beasley, you asked about this category of unqualified audits. So it's an unqualified opinion on the credibility of financial statements. And then we say it's got other findings. So I don't think it's the definition. I think what's happened is that we've kind of all tolerated, we've allowed each other to tolerate this other matters, and we trivialize it. And what you are experiencing in the context of eThekwini, what Honourable Mente is experiencing in the context of OR Tambo, is the ongoing tolerance and the flitting away of other matters. And I think I've made this point before. I've seen how people deal with our audit reports. They'll come to you and say, no, we've got an unqualified audit opinion, all is good. And then they'll say, no, the AG gave us an audit opinion with other matters. And they'll even flick their hands, right? And that's what told us as an audit office that we've got to start getting even oversight worried about these other matters, because these other matters are important. These other matters are what leads to the degradation of sanitation infrastructure in eThekwini. You know, it's what leads to the degradation of infrastructure and wastewater treatment plants in a municipality that can get the debits and credits right. So I'm excited that you're walking with us in really starting to pay attention and realizing that it's not okay, because I agree with you. An unqualified audit opinion is not okay. There's a problem. We've got to deal with it. And there's a problem about transparency, because you're not being transparent about what you've done with the money. You've just showed us you can put the debit and the credit in the right place. And you're not being accountable for performance, because Parliament, in appropriating a budget into your custody, put with it particular performance objectives, and you're not being transparent about what you've done with those. So let's look at your performance report. Let's look at your compliance matters. That's why we've put this emphasis. So I think the space we're in as a country, to your point, Honourable Mente, demands of us to no longer tolerate this unqualified, because many auditees kind of stay there, they don't move. And it's comfortable in unqualified because oversight doesn't worry you. You say, no, Tina, we're fine, and no one worries you, and life goes on. But it's not okay. So we'll continue to sharpen our own messages, but also to give you clearer insight that links the problem to what we found. So when we go and look at projects, and we do that more and more now, we are able to show you the link between poor performance information and poor service delivery. So when we go to that neonatal ICU ward, the debits and credits were fine. It was unqualified. But there's a problem because this resource is not being used. And we can give you transparency, and you're able to use it to drive accountability. So part of our strategy and how we are dealing with audit outcomes is about responding to the risks that you're raising. On enforcement, so as things stand, we have yet to issue a COD. What you see there is CODs that we considered. And what we did was we've got an independent advisory committee that advises me on whether or not in those specific circumstances it is appropriate to issue a COD. Why have we not issued a COD? For the simple reason that by the time we get to trying to issue a COD, a few things would have happened. One is that accounting officers change. So in the environments where we were dealing with these, accounting officer changed, I think, 3 times from the time that we issued the MI. So this instability makes it difficult for us to actually get to the logical conclusion of the process. The second thing that tends to happen is that accounting officers do respond. When we raise an MI, they do chase money, they do discipline, they do fix wastewater treatment plants, they do attend to landfill sites. They do staff up neonatal wards and open those wards for proper service. Because we keep following up. So there's a dynamic of instability, which makes it difficult. There's a dynamic about people being responsive, which is a good thing. But I think maybe the third and final thing is that some of these MIs, to close it, you'd have to get to a point where you're able to get money back. And so an accounting officer, it's very difficult to blame an accounting officer who is now new in the role and was not the one responsible for issuing a construction contract to an entity that was already in business rescue, because the one who did it has long moved on. So this one must still investigate and see how they can get the money back. So all you can do is continue to follow up, and hopefully the state attorney or someone else can help with getting that money back. So those are the type of things we experience in having worked with this instrument. You're right, there is still a lack of consequences. We're seeing some shift with the work we've done. I think it must worry all of us that an accounting officer needs an MI and remedial action from the AG to discipline their staff. It should worry us because the PFMA is very clear. The accounting officer is the one who's responsible for instilling discipline in the environment. Why do you need an Auditor-General to come and harass you before you discipline your own staff? The PFMA is also clear. You should be building internal controls. That's the role of the accounting officer. Why are you needing an MI to compel you to do that? And so those are the things we have to be seized with. Then I want to, Honourable Member, you were asking about the missed targets. I think the DAG will deal with the quality one. Honourable Madlala, the link between quality financial statements and our audit outcomes. You ask, what's the problem? I think it's an important question. In PFMA, you see that things are better. It's because, one, their financial reporting requirements are not as onerous. Modified cash is not hard. 2, that set of reporting requirements has been quite stable for a long time. 3, their finance units tend to be quite stable. And 4, their internal audit and audit committees tend to be quite responsive. MFMA is slightly different. The reporting requirements for MFMA are quite significant. GRAP is infinitely more complicated than MCS. It's appropriate, I think, to have GRAP, which is consistent with international financial reporting standards, applicable at eThekwini, Ekurhuleni, City of Joburg, City of Cape Town. Probably not so much for Ditsobotla. So what we have to start reckoning with in the public finance management system of South Africa is an acceptance that we do need differentiated auditing reporting requirements, pardon me, financial reporting requirements for the different entities without letting go of transparency. But there are specific complexities that a municipality will face if it's a metro, which are different from something smaller. We'd have to figure that one out, because that might be the way to get some of the smaller entities right, without compromising transparency and accountability. But what's really, really the problem? So beyond the reporting requirement, what's really, really the problem? Ill discipline. Ill discipline. There's no reason why someone can't get it right to put their financial records together. So some of the qualification areas are about expenditure. And when you look deeper, it's because when we were auditing, they couldn't give us records for some of the expenditure items. So we can't confirm what they're saying, or we believe that the number is wrong. Why would you not maintain proper records when the law compels you to, and your role as a steward who holds other people's money in custody demands that you maintain that? It's a discipline issue. It's not difficult, right? So we believe it's about discipline. Yes, skill for some of the complex issues, but much of it about ill discipline. Honorable Bia, the impact of real-time audits. So what we found was that, because we did real-time audits for COVID response and those many different initiatives, we also did for the flood relief. What we found that it's still an audit. You just don't wait for the financial year to end. But you don't step in the shoes of the accounting officer or even of internal audit. They must still do their work. You just audit a bit quicker. That's the nature of a real-time audit. It was helpful because we could get a quick sense about where the problems were, and then accounting officers could fix them as they rolled out programs. So it made the programs more efficient and effective. Is it a sustainable way of doing things? I don't believe so. We have to get accounting officers building the controls they need to make sure things run well. They've got to make sure that the internal audit is there to review procurement processes quickly and confirm for them that things are running well. They've got to make sure that they build controls that allow them to fulfill their obligations in law. If we build capacity as an audit office and start doing real-time audits, we're going to start struggling with independence, because now we're part of a system all the time. Maybe once or twice in the context of a big story or big program, yes, but to be there consistently will start to compromise our independence, because we've got to be the external party that says this information that's being given to you by internal people is credible. So I understand the appetite for it, but what we see is we've got to worry about building capacity within the institutions. The institutions that run well are where the accounting officer has a good team of senior managers, has a good internal audit function. And I'm sure you would have heard our audit committee worried about whether or not internal audit functions well, because it's important, and that have a good functional audit committee. That's what makes for a good, well-performing institution, and that's what we have to worry about. The sample of audit work, yes, we do sample so we can get to an answer about whether or not the information is credible. But we could, I suppose, use better technology to do more coverage. And as I think what you heard the DAG talk about in terms of the investments we're making on technologies is to help us get more coverage of transactions. And then, Honorable De Garaba, I think the matter on performance information, it does warrant proper attention from the standard setters. The AG doesn't develop standards. We only confirm whether somebody has complied with those standards. The people who prepare those standards would be the National Treasury, the DPME in terms of performance information, the ASB in terms of particular accounting standards. But I do agree with you that there's a need for all of us to worry about whether or not the performance information framework is well poised to get us what we need. But there also needs to be investment in the skills that will prepare good, credible performance plans that you can use in making your decision as Parliament on appropriation of budgets, as well as good performance reports. So when they come to you on a quarterly basis with their performance reports, you want to make sure that those reports are credible, because that's where you're going to see on this particular indicator, money is being spent, but the target is not being attained. Then you can have a real conversation with the accounting officer. You are going to build 5,000 houses, you've built 2,000, and you've spent all your money. We believe the report. Now let's talk to you about what's the problem. Why are you spending all the money and the houses are not there? They may well say, well, I got the budget wrong. It was inadequate. But at least you know, and you can have the right conversation. Or maybe there's some other problem. But the first port of call is to get that credible information. Our experience is that even the quarterly reports that are the subject of oversight engagements within Parliament are not characterized by credibility. And that's why we focus so much on it in our work on the regularity audit. It's going to take attention by the DPME, by the offices of the Premier in the different provinces, by the Treasury, and I think also by the internal auditors in the different institutions. We will do our part. When we audit more and more, we are giving transparency to this problem of target not reached but budget spent. And accounting officers don't all enjoy that. They don't like it. So you must understand, we face pushback. But we are raising it now. So you can see, and you're able to drive the conversation. We're also raising some findings on key performance mandates that don't make it into the annual performance plan. So there are specific things that the mandate of an institution provides that they should deliver on, but it's not in their plan. So we raise it as a completeness thing to say, well, how can you not include critical things you're supposed to do in your performance plan? Again, not all accounting officers enjoy that, but we believe it's an important contribution we can make to transparency and accountability. Then that accounting officer can tell you why they excluded that particular target and how they are going to deal with it. Ours is not to judge performance, but to contribute to transparency so that you can drive better accountability. Honourable Mufugeng, the targets the DAG will deal with, in terms of the weaknesses you're raising about our audit engagements, I'm not sure I understood the question. It may well be that it sees with our ability to complete some of the audits on time. I think we've gotten better with that. Sometimes the audits are delayed when there's a dispute, and we have to give space for that dispute to be dealt with, and then we, as promptly as we can, do complete it. Sometimes they're just not completed because the submission came late, and it then compromises our timelines. But I think it's an area that we track regularly, and we make sure that we do our very best to maintain a good record of completing audits on time. With that, honourable members, I'd like to hand over to the DAG to deal with the questions that I've allocated to him.
Thanks, AG. Honourable Chair, I will deal with the question that AG has allocated to me, starting with the debtors book and the CA pass rate. Can you please just go to the annexure that we've got the details that will make it easier to answer. We just didn't want to spend too much time on that. Thanks for noticing that. So if we do about 4.5 billion, it means on average we bill 500 a month, given that this is a December quiet period. So it is a correct observation. 500 is current. But I think what the annexure is showing us is that there is, beside the 120 days, there are certain basket of debtors who have got long outstanding debt. Some going into 2 years, 4 years into the history. I think those are the ones that we need to deal with. So we do have a good basket of people that pays us on time, which is great, but there are some few, and some of them are the ones which are financially distressed, and we do have the annexure. This was in response to the last session with SCOWEC. We just did not go to that. Go to annexure 1 right at the end. So while we get there, let me just deal with the one about the pass rate. So the pass rate is an interesting thing. When you use the percentage, it can show you that you did not make it, and it was a target which you set. And for us, it's important that we report against a target which you have set. And I'm glad that as a CA, you did indicate that it is quite a difficult journey. So the time that we set this target, we have done very well at that stage. So we thought this is doable. But what had happened that particular year, SAICA had allowed the student to take the exam twice because it was a glitch. And I think because people have just failed and then they were very eager to do well, instead of waiting for the whole year, the pass rate went up and we set a very high target. That was the main driver for us. It was coming from a good heart and we do need to report as such. What we have since done, we went to AG to ask to refine this target. And we think it's a much more practical way because we understand why we want people to pass. And I'll share with the committee, those who followed the SAICA result, when they released the SAICA result this year, there was a very interesting stats. There's one institution that achieved 100% pass rate, but the number of people that passed was 1%. So they could have either achieved 100 or 0. And for us, our philosophy is a balancing act of getting the high percentage, but also making a meaningful contribution to the people of South Africa. So if you can produce 700, but you don't hit 100% at the time, it means that you are giving an engagement area of people who may not necessarily have been given a chance to be CAs. So because universities really want to use these stats, what you see is some behaviors which are not very good. So some what they do is they only allow people who have almost certain to pass to go through the process. So they'll achieve 100% pass rate. But the numbers are not good. So while we may not have met our target, we are really proud about the achievement we have made over the times. The people who have become CAs through the program that we've got within AGSA are people who would not have been had a chance to become CAs. It's an area that we need to continuously assess, make sure that we don't achieve a high pass rate by blocking people, that people who come through the ranks are the ones who are certain of passing. So while we did not achieve it, it's a target that I'm happy to say, look, we missed it, but if we look to the country performance, we are on par with it. And this is just a reflection of what's happening in the system. On the data, now we have gone to the annexures, so the details are there. So if you scroll through it, there are some that, while we do acknowledge that the bulk of it is current, there are some few bad apples that we need to deal with, and we are speaking with National Treasury in terms of how we can do it. So if you look into Northern Cape, the second one, there's quite a lot which is sitting in 24 months, 36 months. Those are, that is as of year end. But that picture will not have changed much. So 24 months, it means that they owe us for the audit of the other year. 36 months, it means they owe us for the audit of the 2 years ago. So that's a basket of debtors that we need to worry about. The one which have got long outstanding debtors. Then if you go over there, there's the one which are in financial distress, which National Treasury does not come to the party with those, who also owes us quite a bit. So we try to put this information to assist the committee understand the basket of those bad few ones. There are some good auditors that pays on time, and hence we still believe that if we can address the financial distress entities, and this I believe that the engagement with National Treasury, if we can find a solution as how do we deal with it. We have also enhanced our debtors collection effort. One of them will entail that those that has got long outstanding debt, when we have judgment against them and they don't pay, we can find ways to enforce that. At the moment, it's been on a nice way that we don't really fully enforce at the judgments, but with AG's permission, we have enhanced our collection approach, and on a case by case, for those that we believe that they might be able to pay, we'll then enforce much more stricter methods. On the quality part as to whether it's internal, so with the private audit firms, ERBA, which is the regulator, subject the audit firms to a random quality assessment. So they'll pick a file and see whether does the file meet the quality. We are not subjected to ERBA ourselves, so we've got an internal unit which is not involved with the audits. So it's within the office, independent. It reports ultimately to QMEC, which is chaired by AG. It's an important component that assists AG to ensure that when you issue an opinion, the opinion that we issue is quality. Quality is our license to trade. So part of the various activities that we do, one of them which is in our indicator, just like the pass rate for the CAs, we put an indicator in terms of when we assess quality, this is the range you want to be. And in the past few years, we've been doing fairly well in that particular range. There's been a recent change in the auditing standard called ISQM. And when we did our assessment this year, which is an internal test, more like when you have got a goal to achieve fitness, and one of them is to stay within a certain weight range. And when you go to the scale, you find that you are slightly above that. In our case, when we assess ourselves based on the sample of files that we picked up, we got a 69%. We've been spending a lot of time as an audit office to unpack and understand what are the root cause analysis, because as I mentioned, quality is the license for us to trade. And there's been a lot of things which I don't want to board the committee around, but there's been a number of things. So i.e., one of the things that we are pushing to have a better audit software will improve some of this audit quality, because we find that it is about documentation. The current software that we are using is not fit for purpose. So if we have changes happening that we allowed in the system, but the change does not translate throughout the system, and then you forgot to go and change it. When the quality guys come and check, they'll say, but at first this was this amount, and then it changed here, but you didn't change it over there. If we have a fit for purpose software, and you make a change, which you allow for the reason of us having an improved audit opinion, that should then automatically update it across the board without having the manual intervention to go and do it. So that will improve that particular issue. It is important to note that most of the areas that we're picking up is around adequate documentation, and I believe that the audit software will go a long way. There's been a number of other things that we are dealing with. It's an area that AG had given me the matching orders to make sure that we all focus on getting it right. It's a part that we have done extremely well as an audit office, and for us to get 69% on that is something that we are dealing with. I do need to give the committee, though, the assurance that this is one but one indicator. So there is an overall assessment which gets done by an independent committee that has got external members and is chaired by AG, which look into how are we as an office performing as far as quality is concerned, and they take into account various issues when assessing that. And then on that, we did get an overall pass. I do hope when we come and meet with you, in the areas where we did not achieve, we'll have made progress. It is important, a philosophy that we take within the office, that if we set ourselves a target, let's assess ourselves against that target and see as to how do we improve on it, such as the pass rate. The pass rate that we have set for ourselves, given what is happening within the country and the industry as a whole, it was a very ambitious target. We don't want to drop it, but we want to refine it. So going back to the pass rate, what we have realized is we'll make a meaningful impact if we set a very high target for first-timers. It is shown that it is much easier to pass your board exam the first time around. And if we can put a lot of effort and support to support our people to be able to pass the first time around, then you don't create a backlog. With the backlog, lots of things happen that it becomes very difficult. And the chance of someone passing over time, the more you fail, it starts being less and less and less. Not that we're not going to address them, but we believe that let's set a target that will assist us to say, if we've got 200 people who are writing exams for the first time, we have set the percent, now we have set our target to be at 60%. It's higher, but we believe that it will be much more achievable in the future because we can put specific intervention against that. Thank you, AG.
Thank you very much, DAG. Honourable Chair and honourable members, if I can just highlight something on the quality matters. We went to do a deep dive to confirm that in no instance was the audit opinion given incorrect. I think that's quite important. So whilst the file might not have met our own standards in terms of completeness of documentation for all the different reasons that the DAG has raised, we were diligent in getting confirmation that the audit opinion and the audit report that was the end result of that audit was still appropriate. So there isn't a series of audit reports that isn't characterized by credibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, any follow-up questions?
Thank you so much, Chair. I have one or two contributions. Thank you so much for the work that has been done by Auditor-General and the work that you continue to do. I would want to highlight and commend you for the work of the CWCs for transformation, which I was a beneficiary of. So I really commend you on that one. It has gave us a picture that would not have from a private firm. So having been benefited from the CWC, so really I commend you for that, and really it has moved the smaller firms from one scale to another. So thank you so much for that. And also, what I would like to emphasize on is, because we can see here from the MFMAs that there's no attitude to do the correct thing. If we are sitting with 1% on the good ones, of which everyone actually should be sitting there. And the challenge is, as highlighted by the AG, is that you find that when you get there, the financial statements are not what are supposed to be. And there's going to be a lot of work back and forth, change this, change that, do this, correct that. By the time we end the audit, still financial statements are a problem. So really, then that tells us that the accounting officers also, we are sitting with people that needs to be preparing this financial statement are not competent. And what has been observed also is that you would find that you'd have an accounting officer or whosoever they're supposed to prepare the financials, so that's not competent, and they would outsource the core function of that office of the CEO, of the CFO, to an accounting firm to prepare the financial statements. So now we're sitting with two things now. You are paying a CFO exorbitant amounts, and we are paying an accounting firm to do the work of the CFO. And still, when you get to the time where you have to prepare or we have to do the audit as AG, you find out that there's a problem with the financial statement. So really, that should be looked into, and also the performance of these institutions. Really, the emphasis there, we should put in the emphasis there, because we would find that we would sit with a situation where an auditee would have unqualified audit report. But when you look at the performance, when you look at the service delivery, it's another story altogether. So it doesn't then talk to each other, that you would find that when you look at the report or at the financial statements, they're reporting correct, but service delivery on the other end is not correct. So really, I would encourage that AG also put emphasis on the performance information and performance reports, because they are going to give us a picture of what is happening there. Because it's not only that people are getting correct debits and credit, but people need to get services. So you would find that a service is totally collapsed, but it would say, the audit opinion would say unqualified with matters. So the part that is the core function of the municipality, which is to provide service, is sitting on the other matters. Then really that then hits hard on the public confidence that AG is working towards when they're doing this audit. Because we would have a situation where the public now is saying, but on paper you are looking good, but practically we are not seeing what you are doing. So really we are sitting with a situation where an auditor is capacitated to do the work, but an auditee is not capacitated to do the work. Then we need to go to also the problem. What is the attitude of the auditee in preparing for this audit? If you are going to have a situation where financials are not proper at the end of 12 months, then what has been happening in the whole 12 months? How do they take these decisions? How do they record? Because you'll find that they will request an audit firm to come and prepare financial statement. They will literally have to correct the whole GL for the whole year. So that tells you we've been recording things wrong for the whole year. So really, this then manifests in audit findings, in MRs, but the problems are not on the day of audits. The problems are the recording of the whole 12 months. So we really need to then find a way on how to assist if possible, without compromising our independence, without compromising our mandate as AG, how do we capacitate these auditees? Because that's where the problem is. One last one. Here, I could see that on the MIs, the financial losses was sitting at about 21 point something billion, and you could enforce and recover the 3 point something billion. And really, I would wish, or the committee would wish, where we can assist as a committee to strengthen that part also, so that we can recover more. And also for the attitude of the auditors to know that as you're dealing with these financials, as you are executing the mandate, they must be aware that should we pick up that there's issues, we need to recover these monies. Because I believe that they have a very incorrect attitude towards audits, because they know it's going to go to the MI, it's going to go to the MR, and it will be tabled. These are the issues. No, these ones won't affect the opinion. These ones affect the opinion. Sort out these ones. If you're not got, if these ones that affect your opinion are sorted out, then you don't worry about the other ones. The other ones are the ones that go to with other matters, of which that affects service delivery. So I think we need to really find a way to focus on how to assist where possible too. Also, making sure that the day-to-day are done correctly so that they don't affect performance also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Mente.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Chair, two things. One, I think when we met with the AG earlier after the opening of Parliament, and we noticed that she predicted the attitude of the 7th Parliament, and she advanced in terms of countering our attitude by implementing things that will talk to, it's been 30 years of democracy, things are not changing, we are going to move slightly different from how we're doing things, and then implement real-time audits, as well as comparing value for money. That was very good. But then now, our issue is going to be, if that is not well cushioned in terms of capacity, resource-wise, human resource, monetary resource, and all of that, we're going to have a problem. We're going to have a rhetoric with no action. And indeed, 30 years of democracy, things must change. I like your attitude. You predicted us very well. So can we then move to a point where we see how is that going to manifest itself when we are dealing with our audits? Because if we don't do it, we're going to fall back into issues of like skills fund where 4 billion gone, no one can do anything about it, it's too late now and all of that. Kandi, if we do it in real time, we need that plan. How immediately after the disbursement of budget, how are we going to be in the space? We did it perfectly well with the floods. When the floods budget was disbursed, we immediately moved in. We managed to arrest, even with COVID, we managed to arrest all these other thieving elements that are in the space and channel the budget towards the people. But then, once we get that plan, we must get your recommendations on what is it that is needed in order for the realization of that good plan. We really need to do something different for our people now. This thing of coming a year later when everything is wrong is done, and then people will report later that we have taken the money, it's fine. There's nothing really we can do about that. We need a change of system. Now, I want to come back and emphasize on what the colleague is also saying on this thing of the categorization of wrongdoing. And simply because I'm imagining a scenario where a person lists to you that these are our thieving activities. And in these thieving activities, we are telling you that $500 million will not even be found. It won't be refunded. We can't even catch the service provider. It's gone. All that we can do is just blacklist the service provider. But the very same people then are told, okay, you're unqualified because you declared your thieving activities. I think that one we also need to fix. This thing of saying you can declare your thieving activity and even tell us to what extent and who will get the money from, who will not get the money from. And you were here when the money was gone. When the money was being channeled out to wrong people, to wrong activities, to projects that get paid in advance. There's a dam in OR Tambo, 10 million was paid in advance. Nothing happened. The service provider is gone. That has been declared. Then the very same people are unqualified because they said our thieving activity was, this is how it was going. So that categorization of, or terminology really has to change. There must be a way of putting them in a proper category that gives the full picture, because unqualified then gives a picture that says, you are right, you are just limping. They are not limping, bapansi, they are gone, they are deep in corruption. But because bachilo, siya bashem, siyazibela imali, siyitya kanje, senze oku, senze oku, then we're fine because we said that. So please, there must be a look into how we categorize such. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mente. I'm going to give an opportunity for a brief response. We are over time. But I think, Honourable Members, if you give your permission, we can defer the other items. We don't have to deal with the correspondence or of the minutes today. We can defer that to a next meeting. This is an important engagement. One comment from my side, AG, is on the certificate of debt. And the problem that we are faced with is, as you also emphasized, the lack of accountability. But in my opinion, the change and the instability of accounting officers should not necessarily differ from issuing a certificate of debt, even if it wasn't that person. In my opinion, that person will then have civil recourse to have a intellectual claim against the previous accounting officer who led to that damage. But that's a legal opinion, and maybe you can get a real legal opinion. But I do think we should not be, we need better accountability. And the problem is that changing of the guard leads to a lack of accountability, and I think that has also been expressed by the committee. But let me give you an opportunity to respond, and then we can conclude the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honourable members and honourable chair. Honourable Mwale, I'm pleased that at least, you know, there's a beneficiary in our midst of all this work. I take to heart your invitation for us to emphasize these matters on performance even more than we've been doing, and I'm glad that our head of audit is listening carefully, and we'll keep thinking about this. I think I want to give you every assurance that we are hearing you, and Honourable Mente, we do hear you. We hear you. Maybe allow us some time to just keep tossing it about on how we respond to this need for better clarity on what sits behind this unqualified category. In selecting the projects we visit, we've been deliberate to prioritize those ones in the unqualified space. and pinpointing problems like this dam, problems like these hospitals, so that we can start to draw the line between these other matters and real issues on the ground. And perhaps we just need to sharpen our messages. I similarly hear you about needing to do something differently. Maybe let's keep tossing it about. May I take it away for our team just to think about? Similarly, honourable vessels, what we'll do is we'll share the list of MIs with the honourable members, just so you can have a feel of what the specific matters are. And maybe when we have an opportunity to workshop these things, we can delve into them in a bit more detail, because it is important to all of us that we apply all of our minds to giving this instrument the best effect it can have. But thank you very much for the inputs and questions.
Thank you very much, AG, and thank you very much once again for the presentation. And let me also use the opportunity to commend the AGSA for the good financial management of the institution, for the good performance. And there's always room for improvement, even if you're nearly perfect. But I think we should, as a committee, commend you and commend you for the important role that you also play in our constitutional democracy and in ensuring accountability. Honourable members, we can conclude the meeting. In closing, I do want to just reflect on the changes in the programme. Members would know that the parliamentary programme changed, and next week is now a constituency period. We would have had a meeting, a virtual meeting, which we would have heard a complaint. But I had a brief engagement with the AG and the DAG, and there's still an appeal process with regards to that complaint. So I utilized my discretion and would rather want us to have the appeal concluded in its totality, and then we can consider how we deal with it further, and if it's necessary, actually the complainant will then have to say if she accepts the outcome or not. So next week's meeting will then not take place anymore. The meeting of the 15th is also a problem, as there's now mini plenaries on that day in the parliamentary programme. So we will then have our next meeting on the 22nd, where we will deal with the report, the committee report. And in that report, it will be important to resolve on the two decisions that we'll have to make in terms of the approval of the retained income, as we heard today, and also the reappointment of the external auditors. So that will be dealt with in our report on that day. And then on the 6th of December, we will have we will deal with a follow-up meeting with National Treasury, and then we'll also deal with the AGSA strat plan and budget. So that is the program for the rest of the year. I usually hate seeing Christmas decorations in a shop and hearing Christmas music, but this year I can't wait, because this year must end. So members, have a very good weekend, and thank you once again. Meeting adjourned.